Finance Committee is now open. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on March 6th?
So moved.
Second.
May I, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item number 1. Presentation by and questions and answers with Joseph Newton, FSA, from GRS Consulting regarding the City of Warwick Pensions Plan, City of Warwick Post-Employment Liabilities, Strategies for Funding City of the Warwick OPEB Liabilities. I just want to inform the public and those listening, the presentation is available on the city website, and you may follow along at that time. So I'll begin by introducing Finance Director for the City of Warwick, Peter Schaefer. It's all yours, Director.
I just wanted to give a introduction to Joe, who he's been the actuary for the city since 2008, and I worked with him. He also is involved with the state retirement system, so I had some contact with him, and the firm and its predecessor firm have been actuaries for the city going back to at least the 1980s. And I worked with a former colleague of his when I was here in my previous tenure.
Director, Mr. Schaefer, over here. You need to speak. We're having a difficult time hearing you.
Let me take it right up. Is that better? Thank you. So Joe's going to be reporting on the funding status of the 4 retirement plans that the city has. And he's going to be reporting on the city's OPEB, other post-employment benefits liability. You may remember I came to you close to a year ago to change actuaries so that we had the same person working on both the pension liabilities and status and our other post-employment benefits. And then he's going to be also talking about strategies for addressing the OPEB liability. And he's going to focus on a revised funding plan for the Fire and Police 1 plan. And I was telling Joe, I was here in 1995 when we adopted that. I was the finance director, and we had a PowerPoint back then. And we're going to have another PowerPoint here. It's been a successful plan. We can make some changes now to free up resources for some other critical liabilities relating to other health benefits, retiree health benefits. But he's also going to talk about he's going to be talking about some funding availability from the municipal plan beginning in 2027, because we will have paid off an amortization of a liability. And then at the end, we've got some city initiatives, one of them which you're very familiar with, which is employee contributions for OPEB, and how that can integrate into this. As you know, we approved the fire contract, but the 2% that they will contribute only goes into effect if we negotiate it with the other employee groups. So that's another resource. And the last one is we have quite a reserve built up in our retiree health pool, health benefits health pool that came about when we changed health insurers. So that's going to be another resource. As you know, there's no votes tonight. This is an informational meeting, and we're ready to respond to your questions. Joe?
Mr. President, may we ask Mr. Schaefer questions? What about questions to Mr. Schaefer ahead of time?
Yes, good evening. It's good to see everybody. It's been a few years since I've been here in front of you. It's always a good time, and so hopefully this evening we enjoy it as well. I apologize. There are numbers in this presentation, a lot of them if you've looked through it. It's a little heavy, but I think you'll see it actually all comes together pretty good, and has a pretty interesting outcome at the end that really can change the city's trajectory on these programs going forward, not only from a cost perspective, but mainly from a risk perspective and an efficiency perspective. So we're going to start walking through this. I'm not sure y'all's typical protocol. Do you take questions as we go from the council, or do you wait to the end? What's y'all's?
We're going to have the full presentation, and then we'll open it up
Okay.
for members of the council and members of the public.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do is going to update on the pension programs. Then we're also going to do a quick update on the retiree medical program, other post-employment benefits. That's just going to give us our starting point, kind of our baseline. And then we're going to begin to talk about this kind of a comprehensive funding strategy to sustain these programs going forward. The city manages 4 pension plans. There's a municipal employees plan. There's a police fire 1 plan, which is police fire hired, well in the past they're all retirees now. It's a closed program. New police and fire going to police 2 and fire 2. So those are open to new entrants. And then there is a post-retirement healthcare program. Now, it has historically not been advance funded. It's just funded, the claims or the premiums are funded directly out of the city's budget. So here on slide 4 is the current results of the pension programs in a funded ratio. So the funded ratio represents for every $100 of liability that we have, what assets do we have? So 80% would mean if we have $100 of liability, we'd have $80 of assets. And so you can see there across the 4 plans, the top 3, the 3 open plans are all about 80% funded, if not a little bit higher. More importantly to me, if you look on the right, the top 3 programs, they're all improved. That's really what we're looking for. We want to see the funded ratio getting better year over year, and they all did. The police fire 1 plan was historically unfunded. So if you go back to before the 1990s, it was just paid as you go, just like the retiree medical program was, so it was 0% funded at that time. And that's when the current 40-year structure was put in place. That's been working, that's been followed, and it's gotten us up to 24% funded at this point, and has about 15 years left to move that to 100%. Due to some different data issues and the returns in the market this year, that one did not improve. But you can see combined, once you combine them, that police fire 1 brings it down the average to about 62% as of this last July 1st. If you just look at the 3 open plans, 81% funded there, and just kind of generally 80% and higher is seen as healthy in the industry. Lower than 80% is definitely when you start to not look healthy. Now that doesn't mean that's the goal. Like that's not where that's not the target to get to 80. Your target's to get to 100. But it does mean that we are, kind of in that higher range. If you were to compare yourself to peers, 81% is going to look pretty good. The next big number that comes out of the valuation reports is the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. And what that represents is it kind of looks like a debt. It basically says, what liability do we have today? What assets do we have today? So what's the difference? How much of that liability is not covered by an asset right now? And just like a mortgage, what you want to see is when you look at last year's impact, mortgage statement and this year's mortgage statement, you want to see that debt getting smaller, right? And so you can see here across all 4 plans, 3 of them did get smaller in dollar for dollar. The other one was pretty much flat. In total, though, down 3.9 million. So again, that's the trajectory. That's the direction that we want to go, is to see that getting smaller. Now, the mortgage analogy kind of stops because a mortgage analogy is fixed, right? You know exactly what that payment schedule is going to look like. You know exactly what, in this pension plan, we really have a lot of unknowns, especially on the asset side. So this moves around. There's a little bit of give and take, but over time, what you want to see is that unfunded liability getting smaller, and it is. So the funded ratio is getting better. The unfunded liability getting smaller are both positive outcomes. The final number we want to talk about on the pension plans is the contributions to your budget there. The valuation actually sets the contribution that occurs 2 years out into the future. So the 2022 valuation actually sets the fiscal 24 contribution amount. And that way, like right now, you can deliver the results and you have time to get that in your budget. If you look at the top 3, the open plans again, They all did increase, and then probably more than we expect them to. We expect all these to grow at around, say, 3% a year, 275, somewhere in there. And they all did go up by more than that. And it was almost all driven by headcount. You came out of the COVID, we had a pretty big contraction in headcount across almost all of your groups. And it took a while to get those back and replaced. When we did a 2021 valuation, that was kind of the low point. And then, so now it's popped back up. Well, for every person you have to put money into the plan for them. And so it looks like it went up by a lot more than it actually did proportionately. If you go down and look at the payroll number, it went up 4.5%. So the contribution as a percentage of payroll, almost exactly the same. So it's all proportionate to those additional heads that we had. Everything else came in very close to expected. In fact, if you look at the 3 open plans, the bottom numbers there, open plans as a percentage of payroll, 36.2% to 36.3%. So very stable there. Now we're going to switch to the retiree medical program. Now this is different because there's not money going into advanced fund future liabilities. Basically every year, the budget of the city is just equal to what they expect the premiums to be on behalf of those retirees that are covered. Now, a few years ago, you did have to begin to book that as a liability on your balance sheet. So this liability is on the city's balance sheet. And you can see there across the top, it's a pretty good size number, $397 million as of this valuation, down just a little from last valuation, but overall pretty much consistent there. Notice though, there's no assets really next to it. About $200,000 that was just started at the end of last fiscal year. And so the funded ratio, 0.1%, essentially 0% funded. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight, is how to begin to deal with this program. Because if we look here on the next slide, this is the projected cash requirements into this program going forward. There's a few things going on here. One is the head count. You know, the baby boomer generation is still retiring. The number of retirees continues to increase. But then also healthcare trend in general does outpace general inflation as well. So you get kind of both sides there hitting you. There might be one number in the middle there, the implicit subsidy, that most people haven't stopped and thought about very long. The second column, actual cash premiums, that's, well, if I take my number of retirees times the premiums, that's what I'm paying for them. The implicit subsidy is actually a number that the accounting world is forcing you to show. It actually is a real cost, but in your budget, it's actually money that's over in the active healthcare side. So because you have retirees in the program, your average premium is higher than it would be if you didn't have retirees in the program. If you only took your actives to an insurance company and said, hey, rate these people, these average 45-year-old, 40-year-old people, they'd give you a certain premium. Let's say it's $500. But now when you take your retirees too, and your average age is 60, that's a higher age, costs more on healthcare. They're going to give you a total premium, maybe $700. That's an average of that group. And so the accounting world is saying, hey, that money is actually because you have a retiree medical program. If you didn't have a retiree medical program, your costs on your actives would be less. We want you to go ahead in your financial statements, show that as a retiree cost, not an active cost. And so that's something your accountants have to do, is make sure they don't double count it. You know, they have to make sure that, well, if I'm putting the 2.2 million on this side, I got to take it out over here. But in general, the third column is the total. You can see it's 13 million for this next fiscal year in total, expected to grow to almost 19 million by fiscal 2030. On the far right there, you see annual growth rates up front here, 7, 8, 6, 5% range. It does begin to tail off. You do have some benefit changes for people hired at different stages in the past, so that the program's a little less valuable as they get to retirement. And so you should see that here for a little while. However, down the road, once that's all worked its way through, you would see it begin to grow again back at probably that 4 to 5% per year range. So, and this is just cash costs. This does not include putting any money aside for a future, benefit payment. And so here, just to wrap up, slide 9 is the total. Because from the city's perspective, you're putting resources towards retirement. This all is going in together. And so this is going to be our baseline projection here. This is all the programs. So you have the 3 open plans: municipal, police 2, fire 2. And then you have police fire 1. And that 40-year schedule, you can see there, it's 20.6 million for fiscal 23. It goes up to 28 million over the next decade. The OPEB claim payments, 13 million up to the, about 20 million that we talked about on the previous slide. And so in column 8, that's just, if you just add those up, if you just add up columns 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you see that's the total dollars from the city going to retirement programs, and then the rate of growth. And so these next few years, 5.74539, pretty high number, I would imagine, compared to your budget overall. And then you see in 2027 that we get a negative. And what is that? So if you go all the way back over to column 2 and look at the municipal program, you see it drops from 8.9 million down to 3.6 million that year. So all the open plans are funded in what's called a layered amortization approach. And what that means is anytime there's a new unfunded liability, if there's a new liability that's not covered by assets, we're going to put that on a payment schedule and make sure we pay that off. And it's a 20-year payment schedule. Well, there was a big payment schedule set up back in 2005, 2006 timeframe for the tech bubble and some assumption changes that were made at that time. That runs out in 2026. And so in 2026, when that amortization schedule is fully completed, there's going to be a pretty good drop in the required contribution into that program that year. And so you can see it's big enough to make a change overall to the city's total contribution. But it's actually happening in the other ones. You can't see it quite as clearly. Column 4, if you look out between 2031 and 2032 for fire, it goes from 5.6 to 5.3. That's the same thing. There's some amortization base sitting there that falls off, and that's why it goes down. Because overall, these should grow with about inflation, we'll say, over time. But so now that we kind of have the baseline, what I really want to point out is columns 5 and 6. Because columns 5 and 6 are, a majority of the total, right? You have police fire 1 and the OPEB claims. And so kind of whatever's happening with those is what's going to drive the overall cost over the next decade. And that's really what we're going to look at today, is being as efficient as we can with those dollars, not changing any of the benefits, not putting them at risk either. Just how can we be the most efficient possible with these dollars over time. So the first thing to talk about is Police Fire 1. There was a 40-year payment schedule put in place in the 90s, and it's worked great. I mean, it's gotten the city to today. It's been a sustainable growth rate. But now you're getting to the point where you have to start asking, is it the most optimal place to be putting extra dollars? So here's the projected headcount of the group. About 400 retirees now, and you can see over the next couple decades, about half of those will be removed from the population. And what the takeaway there is, for every new dollar that you put in the program and invest it, you only have about 8-10 years or so to generate investment earnings on that dollar before you get it back. Right? You don't get to put it in there like the open plans and just generate investment earnings for decades to come. You put it in there, and then in about 5 years, 6 years, you'll pay it out as a benefit payment. Right? So it's just like when you retire someday, if you talk to an investment advisor, they're going to want you to get more defensive with your investments. They're going to, they're going to say, hey, you don't have as long of a time horizon. Maybe you shouldn't be in equities. All those kinds of arguments. It's the same argument here. Is that the most efficient place to put a new dollar? Because you just don't have that many years to generate earnings with it, but it's at risk. And so if it goes down, you're going to have to make up the difference anyway, but you don't have a lot of time to generate a lot of good. So there's not a lot of reward for taking that risk over time. And so if we look at what the current schedule looks like, the red line here, which is kind of the one that's sloping across the page, that's the benefit payments. That's the expected payouts of the trust fund. So you can see it stays pretty stable for about a decade and then just starts slowly declining off into the future. The blue line is your contribution schedule if you continue down the 40-year path. And so you can see it runs out in 2036. That's one of those amortization bases we've been talking about. And so when it's done, you get a huge drop in contributions. You should be fully funded. And then the city wouldn't have to make any more contributions after that. It should pay for the benefit payments for the rest of the time of this program. If you were putting your money into a guaranteed investment, this looks perfectly fine, right? Because if you look at it on this page, why not do this? Go up to the blue. It is a pretty big burden, but then we get all these savings at the end. Well, we know that the contributions are going into volatile investments, risk investments, right? And so you could do this program and still have to put $5 or $8 million a year after the cliff if the returns haven't been there during this time period. The opposite, I think, is also something to think about, is that if things are good, so if you begin to put money in the plan and you outperform, and the benefit to the city, maybe you get to take off one of those contributions, like that's maybe a savings that you would get, maybe one of those, but then the money's in the trust fund, and even if it's outperforming, it's in the trust fund. It can never come back out until the last beneficiary is no longer being paid. And that could be 40 or 50 years into the future. So there's very little reward to the city down the road if the investments do really well, but the city could have to pay more still if the investments don't. So it's kind of a asymmetric risk situation. Now, if you have lots of money, then do both, right? Like if you have lots of money, keep funding this plan and fund the OPEB plan. But I think if you have limited resources, what you want to do is make sure we're optimizing. We're being as efficient as possible with those dollars. And so that's what we're going to talk about. What's the best option for those new dollars? Police Fire 1 is only retirees. You have maybe 10 years to invest the money. The benefit payments, if you were to switch over and begin to pay those benefit payments, they're steady, they're no longer growing, and they're going to start declining. And then you look at the reward, well, you might get a little bit less contributions, but your assets are locked up for a long time. The retiree medical program, however, is open to new hires. Every dollar that you put in, you have decades to invest the money. The benefit payments that you're paying out of your budget right now are volatile and growing. And if you do outperform over the long term, it would be substantial savings to the city from generating investment earnings. So you do have the reward. Yeah, you're taking the risk, but that reward is sitting out there of a lot more investment earnings, so less cost over time. And so what we're going to do is just talk about an alternative strategy here. First of all, I want to make sure there's nothing wrong with the current strategy. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's following best practices. It will fund the programs. I just think you always want to say, hey, is it the most optimal we can be? Is this the most efficient we can be? And what we're going to show here is, I think, something that a little more efficient. So alternative funding strategy for Police Fire 1, and I'm sorry, we're going to have to get technical for a second here. And you're like, holy cow, more technical. Yeah, some more technical. So what we're going to do is not legally, but on paper, when we do the contribution requirement every year, we're going to split the trust into two pieces. A fully funded piece and a totally unfunded piece. So we're basically going to say, hey, how many assets do we have? Then we're going to take that much liability and put it right against that asset and say, hey, that's fully funded. We don't need any more money for that part. And then anything that's left over, we're going to say is unfunded, and the city will just make the benefit payments. We're not going to advance fund it anymore. You're not going to pay it to the retiree directly. You're going to put it in the pension fund, but then the pension fund will make the payment, but it's the same amount. And so you can see here in column A, we have 73 million of assets. So we went ahead and put 73 million of liability with it. So your unfunded liability for that piece is 0. You're 100% funded. You don't need any more contribution. So then on the right is just a 304 million minus that 231 million, same unfunded liability, but we're just not going to advance fund it. We're going to begin to pay it just on a pay-as-you-go basis. That 19.1 then would become the city's contribution for fiscal 24, and that compares to the 21.7 million currently that's scheduled to go in. So there is about 2.6 million savings to this program from this program right up front. And I think this graph helps to show what this looks like. So the red line here is the benefit payments. That's the same as the previous graph, but now instead of contributions into this program spiking up into the $32 million range and then coming down, it's just going to be this nice smooth line across the page. And because you're not actually investing these monies, it's actually a very low risk, like it's not exposed to the market. So it's going to be a very predictable, stable number, that blue line going out, and it begins to decline. So every year it's a smaller and smaller and smaller portion of the city's budget. So that's that piece. I do want to go ahead and look at the full strategy. because if you were to just do what you're doing now and begin to fully fund the OPEB program, it would be about $12 million more a year than you're doing now. So it would take the 54 million, and you'd have to add 12 million on top of that to begin to advance fund that one as well. So it's probably a pretty big ask up front. But here, if we just shift the resources, we can actually put a trajectory where we're there sooner than it probably expect. So first of all, move to the pay-as-you-go approach for Police Fire 1. No changes to the other 3 open plans. They're all doing great. Set the baseline contribution in total from the city's perspective. So for fiscal 23, the city's putting in 52.4 million for the programs. And so what we're saying is we're just going to take that and we'll say a 2.5% growth rate a year, which is about inflation, right? So say growing with inflation, we're going to go up from 52.4 to 53.7. That's the 2.5% growth. And then that's going to be the city's pooled budget for the retiree programs. And then we're going to turn around and start putting money into the open plans, the claims for the OPEB plan. And if there's anything left over, that's what goes into the OPEB plan. So it becomes a balancing item over time. And so here is the redone projection. Columns 2, 3, and 4, and 6 are exactly the same. There's been no changes. Column 5, you can see, has changed to this modified contribution stream, and you can see how stable and beginning to decline at the end of the decade there. If you go all the way to the far right, column 8 and 9, that's just 2.5% growth, just projected out the 52.4, just 2.5% growth every year going out into the future. And so this column 7 is actually just a balancing item. We calculate column 8 first, fill in everything else, and whatever's left over is what goes into the OPEB trust. Now, the first 3 years, you can see it's not making a huge impact, but in 2027, when that amortization base for municipal plan falls off, that just flows directly into the OPEB trust. And now you've got cushion. And so you can see that starts to grow pretty rapidly at that point. Like I said earlier, in Fire 2 in 2032, when that amortization base falls off, that just goes into the OPEB trust. So basically you have earmarked, you've said, hey, in the future, as these opportunities start showing up, we're going to begin to put that into the OPEB trust, invest it, and generate investment earnings so that down the road we can put less in, right? That's the goal. The goal is down the road to be able to put a lot less in. If we were to project this out, because that would be the next question, wait a minute, are we going 2.5% forever? Actually, no. About 25 years from now, all the programs would be fully funded. All the pension plans would be fully funded, the retiree medical. Now, Police Fire 1 wouldn't be, but we're not really trying to fund that one anymore, right? You're just going down the benefit payment line. But all the other ones would be fully funded, and then you would have just a lot of assets producing a lot of investment earnings to help pay these benefits. The OPEB trust itself, there are other sources of funds besides this, this mechanism that could go to help accelerate some of this. Seed money from other sources. I know there's maybe some insurance reserves from as you shift carriers. I know there's been some negotiations on member contributions. Maybe the city has some other money laying around. I'm sure there's always money laying around somewhere. I'm just saying, there could be other places to put this money because this is going to be a very efficient way of using this. So here's the projection of the OPEB trust itself. And all this is doing is there's about a $5 million seed up front. It does have the 2% from the members that I've heard, is a potential there. Otherwise, everything's just growing as expected. And so you can see at the end of the decade, the OPEB trust is up to 24% funded, which, some people are like, okay, you're only 24% funded. Well, that is infinitely better than zero, right? So, you can't, you have to take this as where you are. Also, if you look over the far right, the actually determined contribution, that's the total. Like if you just ask an actuary, hey, what should we be putting this into the program to sustain the program and fully fund it based on current leading practices and all that stuff, it'd be the 24.4 million. And so you'd have to jump all the way to 24.4 overnight to get there. And that's what I was saying earlier. You'd have to go from 13 million up to 24 to do that overnight. That's a big ask. But you can see here as it grows, column 9 catches that amount in about 2029. So by 2029, you are meeting the actuarial determined contribution. And in fact, by 2032, you're actually putting in a little bit more than the actually determined contribution, which is going to accelerate this. And so the OPEB trust project to be fully funded between 23 and 26 years if these assumptions are met, which includes the 6.9% investment return assumption. Now, I think the next question is, okay, that's great, but what if the assumptions aren't met? So here's a stress test to this whole thing. This is the city's contribution projected out if all of the programs earn 5.9% all these years. So not 6.9, but and not just for 5 years, but for all 15 years. If municipal only earns 5.9, police 2 earns 5.9. So everything's earning 5.9. So we've missed by 1% over the next 15 years. You can see on the column 9 on the far right, the city up front, that's where the risk is, right? We only had $1 million buffer, right? So we kind of, because we have to put the right amounts in the other ones, you know, we have to do that. So these first few years, we have a little, now it's still less than the current plan would be doing. But after that, it's 2.5% growth throughout 2037. And in fact, it just keeps going. It never, that's always enough. And what you look at, the OPEB trust contribution is continuing to grow. So it's still moving towards, and in fact, the OPEB trust will be fully funded in 30 years, even if the returns are only 5.9 going forward the whole time. All the other plans would be the 85 to 88% funded ratio in this scenario over time. And so one thing you notice, the Police Fire 1, how it's just continuing to be not only be stable, but beginning to decline there. And that's really one of the reasons that if I'm going to pick between 5 and 6 on which one to go pay-go, you know, the one in the Police Fire 1 is much more predictable and stable and known. So that would be the one I would want to pay out of my general budget. And the one that's less predictable and less stable is the one I would want my assets to help me stabilize, right? So one more big point here on the city's balance sheet. So all of these liabilities are on the city's balance sheet as a liability. So you can see there in total 801 million that will be on the 2022 balance sheet of the city across all the programs. Half of that is the OPEB plan. Now, the big reason that a half of it is the OPEB plan is because the discount rate that you have to use to calculate that liability is a lot lower. So the other plans, because we're funding them, we get to use the investment return assumption, which is 6.9 as our discount rate. But because the OPEB plan is not advance funded, we have to use a municipal bond index. And so that's 3.69% here. So there's this test you have to go through every year to determine what your discount rate's going to be. And if you pass the test, then you get to use the investment return assumption, the 6.9. And if you don't pass the test, and it's a stress test, it's not, they're trying to make you fail, okay? It's not just a simple thing. If you fail the test, then there's a series of steps you have to go through to figure out what the discount rate is. But let's go back to the first side. If we can pass the test from day one, we can use the 6.9 discount rate right now. Like fiscal 23's financial statements, we get to use a 6.9 instead of the 3.69. That would be $142 million of liability off the balance sheet immediately. And just because the change in discount rate. Now, so what does that mean? What do we have to do? Well, you have to have committed to a funding plan that passes the test. Okay. And basically what they do is they try to make you run out of money. They start putting stress on the system, trying to see if they can get you to run out of money. And if your funding plan is strong enough that you don't run out of money, then you get to use the 6.9. It actually would not take, the plan that's been presented here today will pass the test immediately. As long as there's a little bit of seed money. 5 million would absolutely do it. 3 million probably would do it. 2 million might do it. Okay, but there's a risk. Okay, but so basically, I'm saying if you commit to the plan as proposed, then and it needs to be in writing. Like you can't just say, hey, yeah, we're gonna, there needs to be something that's official that we can lean on, and your auditor says yes, this is what they're gonna do. Then we can run the test. We need a little bit of seed money up front. And it's really the same reason that your contributions have a little risk up front. It's because you're just starting from such a low spot. You don't have a balance there. So just a little bit of balance gives us a little bit of runway to get to 2027 when that money comes over, when the money jumps up. Now you pass easily. So it's a question of when, not if. If you don't get the seed money, you probably don't pass today, but you would pass by 2027, and then you'd get it. So you'd get it at some point. It's just when. This is one of those things that it doesn't make any sense. Like you hear it and you're like, this can't be right. This doesn't make, well, a lot of things in the accounting world and legal world don't make sense. They just are what they are. And that's what you do. And this is one of those things. So, you would pass and everyone would agree that you pass and you get to use, you can see that it drops the liability from 397 to 255. So what that actually represents, at least theoretically, is the amount of savings the city would see over time by changing to this approach. It's saying that you should generate about $142 million of investment earnings to help pay these benefits over time if you'll begin to put money towards it. So it actually is a reasonable estimate of the amount of savings the city would get over time by beginning to be more of an advanced funding strategy to this program. So I'm going to wrap up. I know it was a lot to take at once. That's why you're not voting on anything today. You got to absorb it. But it does decrease the city's long-term cost by generating investment earnings. It's not magic, right? It's not sleight of hand. It's just finding the way to generate more investment earnings to help pay the benefits, okay? Because you're going to pay the same benefits regardless. It's just the more investment earnings you can generate, the less contributions it's going to take to do it. If you were fully funded right now, this is just kind of, if you want, what's the carrot? Like, what are we really going for? If you were fully funded right now, your contribution for fiscal 24 would be $15 million in total. So if you didn't have an unfunded liability at all right now, you'd be putting in $15 million instead of $52 million. Okay, and that's what this is moving you to. About 25 years from now, the unfunded liability would be eliminated, and those are the kind of contributions you'd be looking at once you get to that point. It does expect to eliminate all the unfunded in 25 years. Even that 5.9% stress test was about 30 years. You're going to minimize your annual budget risk by going to more of a stable, just 2.5% growth approach. So instead of us calculating all the different pieces and just seeing what they do, it's more of a pooled approach where we've committed to the inflation growth, basically 2.5% growth, and then letting that one item be a balancing item that absorbs that volatility. It does generate about 1.7 million savings in your budget in fiscal 24. It's actually, it's 2.7 about in total, but that 1 million needs to go into the OPEB trust to be, there was 1 million going to the OPEB trust up front. So it's about 1.7 savings on your actual cash. I think it will have a very positive impact on your balance sheet financial statements. I would be surprised at all if your bond rating actually, you actually saw a difference once this was implemented. But it does it all without reducing the benefits or putting them at bitter risk. In fact, I would argue it's reducing the risk that they have to change. I think it's actually stabilizing those benefits going out into the future. So that's the high level summary. It's a lot. I understand. It's mainly trying to get budget stability and then also optimizing those dollars. The next dollar you're going to put in to either Police Fire One or OPEB, I would argue the OPEB is a better long-term tool for that. So, are there any questions at this point on any of this?
Thank you. So what we're going to do is the Finance Committee is going to identify the questions within the committee, then we'll go to council, then we'll go to public to answer any questions you may have. Director Schaefer, did you have any follow-up, or are you ready for the questions as well?
The only thing I would say is, and Joe and I have talked about this, is that there's nothing on the agenda for you tonight, obviously. This is an informational session. But if we went down this path, we would have to amend Section 2132 of the ordinance to revise the funding plan. And we probably need to do something that sets the benchmarks going out in terms of contributions for, so that would be before you at some later time.
Thank you. Give us a moment. We'll get the Finance Committee up at the table. Thanks so much. So we'll begin with the committee, and I will ask members of the committee if they have any questions or comments for either of the presenters. Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you for your presentation. Very helpful for the documents. I'm going to start with a very basic question.
Okay.
Can you just talk about, I think the first place it comes in is on slide 18, the annual rate of growth. Can you just explain the annual rate of growth compared to the return on investment?
Okay, sure. So this annual rate of growth you see here is just how much, column 8 there is the total employer contribution in dollars. It's just saying how much is that growing every year. So 53.7 in the second column times 1.025 would be 55.1. It's just a flat, basically saying your budget impact be growing about 2.5% a year or inflation. It's different than the investment return assumption, which is whatever your pool of assets is, what returns should those expect to generate in a given year. So it's.
Got it. So on the city side, what we are contributing to all of these funds sort of in an aggregate,
Right.
The model expects that we will increase our contribution across all of those aggregated funds by 2.5% every year.
In total.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does that continue in perpetuity, or does that continue just in the scope of this plan? Or
the baseline that's been proposed would continue it until all of the funds are fully funded. I do think there will be opportunities, kind of like the discussion we're having tonight with the Police Fire 1 plan. Like that plan, the structure that was put in place 25 years ago for that plan was a good structure, and it's done well. It's got us to today. But there's always, at some point, you need to revisit it and make sure, hey, does this the most optimal going forward? I think there will be a time, maybe 10, 15 years from now, when maybe a couple of them have gotten to fully funded and a couple of them haven't quite got there, but you're getting close, that you would want to revisit it all at that point and see what makes the most sense then. But I think for all of our current expectations, the next decade for sure, that I think baking in that 2.5% growth would be the way to go.
So would it be fair to say that when you combine the annual rate of growth with the employee contributions, that we get up to like a 4.5% rate of growth in terms of what's being contributed to those funds in aggregate? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
1 year.
Got it. That makes sense. Do you happen to know what our historical run rate on our pension funds, let's say, since we don't have the trust fund, but what the actual return on those investments has been like over 10 years or 15 years?
Well, it's always endpoint dependent, right? Like different points in time have different ones.
Yeah.
But I know the last 10 years has been, I think it's 6, 7, somewhere in that range. The last 10 years, we were just putting some information together on that.
Okay, which puts it somewhere between the base projection and the stress test case of 5.9.
Right.
Okay. All right. So thanks for those specific questions. So as we think about the strategy, what are, in your opinion, just the inherent risks or buckets of risk in the approach?
I think the first bucket of risk I discussed is those first few years, just because the amount of cushion you have is not very big, that it may have to be more than 2.5% those first few years. And that's just a lot of it's going to depend on, what the markets do right now.
So for instance, if the amount of claims or the cost of the premium increased by, say, 5% in year 1, we don't have any cushion. So the actual rate of growth would be 5%.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, after you get to 2027, and now you have $6 million of cushion, essentially, it became really hard to break it. It became very hard to need more than that for a long time. I do not see additional risks you don't already have. Like you already got, a cost, right? I mean, and we showed earlier, you have what, 80% of pay going to these plans. So you already have that. Like, can you do that? And as long as, well, that's true now. So I would say that this is not changing that in any way. And in fact, it's helping you get to a point where it can be a lot less than that. And that's
Got it. Any other buckets of risk in your mind?
I don't think so, because I think what's nice about these types of approaches, I very much prefer and recommend these types of approaches that try to build in a cushion between what's the minimum the actuary says you need and what the city's actually trying to budget to give that cushion, that a little bit. So that way, not only if something goes wrong, or, maybe you get out to 2032 and we want to get a little more conservative on some of the assumptions, you have room to do it without it causing a big hiccup. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're always living at the edge, it becomes pretty difficult. So I think this helps to alleviate a lot of that. So it really reduces those risks. So like I said, I don't think there's any new risks that you didn't have. And I think you've actually begun to manage a lot of those risks in a pretty strong way in this approach.
Now, how about if the pace of retirement changed dramatically? Yeah. Like if more retirements happen sooner or something like that?
Right. Well, some of that's already happened to you. I mean, I was talking earlier kind of in that 2021 range, right after COVID. You actually had a dip almost across all your populations. You had a lot of retirements, you had a lot of turnover, and our head counts dropped. And so we saw it then. It appears that you've mostly recovered from that in this last cycle. And so there's not a lot of retirements left that can cause that kind of spike. It kind of happened to you already. So also because and I think you call them tiers, it's tier 1 and 2, right? So you have new people are going into new benefit structures that are materially less valuable. And that means that maybe you had a few people retire that we didn't expect to, and that by itself did create a loss. But you've also replaced them with people in a lot lower benefit tier, and so the total may not hurt you that bad, if that makes sense. So I think to the retiree medical program is actually where you're a little more exposed to that. So maybe be nice to your people so they won't retire. That would be mine. But no, I don't think there's much.
Okay. I think, just have you seen this strategy? Are other municipalities in the same situation as us that you work with, especially around the medical piece?
Yeah, but what you're always looking for, it's like, I don't know, it's probably some old, in the Art of War book or something, is how can you turn a disadvantage into an advantage? Mm-hmm. Right? Well, right now, this Police Fire One program, kind of where it sits, is a big cost item. Like it's something you're having to deal with right now. But when you turn it into this predictable declining number that's so big, and then you project 2.5% growth off of that, and then use that as your balance, you've kind of turned your disadvantage into your advantage. You see how so unless the city happened to also have that, this program may not work, right? Because if you didn't have that and we just had to start with everything else and we project that at 2.5%, it wouldn't work.
Right. So if we were in a underfunded
pension, so it's actually the where you are right now kind of presents this opportunity to be able to go this route where a lot of your peers wouldn't have that. Now there are other than in Rhode Island, they would have something like that, but in general across the country, there's not that many like that. So.
And then you talked about, so as we move to the pay-go in fiscal 23 to 24, mm-hmm. There's that $2.7 million right. Decrease in required contribution, of which $1 million is going to go to OPEB in addition to the seed funds.
Right. Any seed funds.
would it be a recommendation to potentially shift all of that savings into that OPEB fund?
Well, you have to be careful. I work for the pension boards.
Yeah.
So I like money. And so, yeah, I would say, yeah, we need to put that money over there. But I know you have competing resources, but I think to fully see the value of the full plan, you need to make sure at least enough goes into it to pass that accounting test and to kind of seed it up so that we try to minimize that risk for these first 3 years.
Okay.
And to me, at least another 2 million. So the 1 + 2 is going to get you into that range. So that's where I think there's a good spot right there. So
10 months. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the committee? Are there questions from members of the council? Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Thank you very much for coming here from Texas, and welcome back to the city of Warwick. I just want to take a step back. I'm going to harp on a couple of things that Councilman Gephardt had spoken about, but everything has to be done on assumptions when we're doing the long-term plan. Can you talk about these assumptions that you're making? Would you categorize them as moderate, aggressive, conservative?
Sure. So there are a set of assumptions. One of the things that we try to do is to minimize the number of assumptions that can do much damage to us. And that kind of give it to your point. Like if we have a bunch of retirements, well, I actually try to set up my models so that those can't hurt us too bad. Because if you're kind of slacking all that and you're having to battle on too many fronts, then it's not going to work, right? So we want the investments. We have little control over, right? There's only so much we can do. Well, then we want to set it up so that that's really our only front, if at all possible. And so the 6.9 is the assumed return going forward. If you compare it to all historical information, it seems like a very reasonable, middle-of-the-road assumption. It's definitely not conservative, at all. But it definitely is in the middle of the road. In fact, if you started right now and the next 30 years did 6.9, that would actually be the worst 30-year period we've had yet. So I have a hard time saying it's too aggressive to assume the next 30 years is the worst ever. Like that's kind of a stretch, But that does not mean it couldn't be there because we really have only had about 3 30-year periods. So, it's you could flip a coin heads and get 3 heads easy, right? If you flip 3 times, you can get 3 heads. So, that's why we want to show the stress test, and we wanted to show 5.9 because I think it's important that you always could give yourself room that if you miss by 1% on that assumption, you still have to be able to look at it and say, yes, we can do that. We can sustain that. We can survive that, and we're okay. Because there will be decades where you miss by 1%. Like you might do 6.9 over time, but there will be a decade you'd only do 5.9. And so you need to be prepared and be able to handle that. And so that's why I thought it was important tonight, right off the bat, to go ahead and show how even if you miss by 1% for the next 15 years, this structure continues to perform. The city's budget is still growing. I think what would be a reasonable, inflation level pattern. And all the plans are continuing to improve. So it's a little remarkable that it's that positive, but it actually is. So investment return is the big one. And usually the second big one is payroll growth, like just overall, how is the payroll, the compensation growing? Because like for your open plans, that's how you receive contributions. And so to the individual plans, that would still be true, but because we're setting up this kind of overall strategy that is kind of outside of that, and growing at 2.5% a year, that would actually minimize that risk because the dollar amounts aren't really tied to what payroll's doing. So the other assumptions are all mortality. I don't see any risks of not only that hurting us, but changing it in the future. We're not going to be doing that. And then I just think everything else seems to be going pretty well. So I think all it's going to come down to investments. And that's why we wanted to show, even if we miss by 1%, which could happen, that it still works.
And I thank you for including that stress test in here. That was the big thing when the state was doing pension reform. 10, 15 years ago, the big fight was over the projection on how much actual return. Some were saying it was too high, it was too aggressive, and stuff like that. So this is good. It gives you the two scenarios to show where we could be. And again, can you highlight the 2026? What happens in 2026? That payment, how that's going to give us this opportunity, or just to give us this chance to look into this here. Can you highlight that one more time for us?
Sure. So all of the plans currently that, well, the pension plans are funded what's called layered amortization, which is the leading approach in the industry right now. And basically what it says is every year when you do the evaluation, if there's any new unfunded liability that has shown up that you didn't expect, it could be from a change of assumptions, it could be from experience, for whatever reason, you want to put that over a known payment schedule. You don't want to leave that hanging. Like, set it up, pay it off. And all of your programs currently do that. We do 20-year layers, so that every year if we have a new unfunded liability, and you can look at our report, we have them all itemized right there. You can see from 2016 what happened, and it shows you that payment schedule for that piece. But what that means is you've now got this payment schedule that's fixed in your process. When you get to the end of that schedule, that's going to now fall off. And so in this case, there was a big amortization base set up well into the past that set up to the last payment will be made in 2026. And so when that goes away, the contributions to that plan immediately, will come down to offset that. Now, in the current situation, that I suppose would just go into your normal budget process. I mean, I'm sure you'd fight over it, it's different ways. But what this is saying, hey, go ahead and earmark it. It's currently going to a long-term obligation. Let's keep it in that bucket of going towards long-term obligations. And so that moves over and not only starts the process of funding the program, but that becomes your cushion. Like, that is actually what creates the room to be able to have stability in your budget. So it's not only saving you money long-term, but it's creating that stability.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important part to highlight here. This is what this is all based off of, is this long-term plan, this one particular fund here. You mentioned when you look at the stress test, there's no change in the municipal, police 2 and fire 2. It's just that police and fire 1, the older plan there. And then again, if this was to go forward and you're projecting in 25 years, 23 to 25 years, we could see these programs fully funded?
Correct. If all assumptions are met, they would all be fully funded within 25 years. In the stress test here, the OPEB trust does get fully funded in 30 years. The others take longer because you're not earning 6.9, you're earning 5.9, so you're always having to kind of keep up, But they're not falling apart. They're stabilizing in the high 80s, So,
which is excellent. So
yeah.
That's just another important thing to highlight, is that we are all concerned about our long-term obligations, and this could be one way to address those. It's a long-term problem, and it's going to take a long-term solution like this. And then my final question is more of a general one. I know that you work for a lot of municipalities here in Rhode Island. You're from Texas and stuff like that. How will we snapshot today compare? I mean, everyone's got these long-term plans. Yeah. How do we compare? How are we right now today?
Well, I mean, it kind of goes into two stories, right? I think all three of your open plans would be, at the high end of the range with your peers, as far as not only their funded status, but those kinds of things. But because of the police fire 1, it makes it overall in the 60s, a funded ratio as a city, more closer to what the average is, unfortunately, in the country, is in that 60s range. But now the OPEB plan, most people are not advanced funding those. Most of them are pay-as-you-go, just like you're doing here. Mm-hmm. There are starting to be more, but it's true for the OPEB just like it is the pension. If you're truly going to sustain them, you got to advance fund them. You've got to begin to put that money aside and invest them into something that can go faster than the medical trend to help you sustain that that trajectory over time. Otherwise, it's going to outrace your budget, you know. And so this is a great step in that way. So I think overall, especially you know, where this is going to be, the more it looks pretty good in the state, as you know. But it definitely, we still got work to do.
Yeah, absolutely have work to do, but I wanted to highlight, we're in a pretty good situation here that in the city of Warwick with the long-term plans, and I think that's, again, very important to highlight here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remind members of the audience, if you're going to have conversations, please feel free to step outside the chamber while this important presentation is answered and the questions that are being asked, so that everyone in the chamber can hear and understand the answers and the questions. Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Newton, for coming all the way and providing this presentation. So, off the bat, generally when we have an actuarial presentation, part of that is a 5-year outlook. So, I just wanted to ask a question as to why there wasn't a 5-year outlook presented as part of this.
Well, we put the projection of the dollar amounts of contribution, and there was already so much. Real estate got real valuable real quick, and I was trying to, you know, get as concise as I could. So future presentations that kind of stuff will come back in. So
thank you. And I do understand that there are a lot of different factors that the city is looking at in any potential 5-year outlook, as well as I do think that the most important pieces are the pieces that you presented on, the long-term liabilities with OPEB and the pensions. So let's see. From doing some math based on comparing pages 9 and pages 18, it appears that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it would be somewhere around $8.1 million or $8.2 million less that the city would be contributing to combined Fire Police Pension 1 and to OPEB over the next 3 fiscal years, that is fiscal year 24, 25, and 26, specifically breaking down those numbers, about $2.6 million less in fiscal year 24, $3.5 million less in fiscal year 25, and $4.4 million less in fiscal year 26 if we go with the proposed plan as opposed to the seeing through the 40-year plan as currently scheduled.
okay, yeah, that seems about right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I do want to express concerns that, you know, we find ourselves in this hole, and I want to make sure to state on the record that I think it's generally a good idea for us to be putting in more as opposed to less as a city. Although I do certainly understand the logic in terms of an investment strategy of having those more long-term geared investments, having it as potentially as one bucket that allows us some flexibility in the future versus 2. I understand those arguments. I'm not taking a position on that. I'll leave that piece to the investment professionals. But speaking to the point that I can actually speak to, this is something where I would much prefer to see the city contributing more, not less, in the next 3 fiscal years. Let's see. My next question. My next question is for the smoothing formula. I understand that that works by looking at the returns for the last 5 years.
Oh, correct. Mm-hmm.
Is year 2022 included in the as part of that 5 years that we're looking at as part of the projections here?
It is in the stress test here.
Okay. And what was the return in year 2022?
Between a -14 and -15% for most of the plans.
Okay. All right. So next question has to do with the city's long-term outlook in terms of retired employees and active employees. So it's my understanding that within the last few years, the city went from having more active to more retired and continues along that trend. About how many years until that ratio would stabilize? And do we know about where that ratio would be expected to stabilize, given that many of the employees are required to have 25 years of active service?
Right. Generally, well, one, you have to presume that your active population is going to stay about what it is. If your active population declines, it's going to clearly be hard to stabilize that ratio. But assuming that that stays about what it is, within about a decade, you should begin to see that ratio start coming back down to you. On the municipal plan, you're probably looking at the long term being about 1.2, so 1.2 actives for every retiree, and then your police and fire plans probably are closer to 1-to-1 even long term, even with the new plans. So
yeah, I suppose that I might be a little bit seeing it a little bit differently, because many of the employees in the police and fire, given that they retire after 25 years, and we would reasonably expect life expectancy of perhaps age 80 plus. If many are retiring in their, say, mid to late 40s, then I would imagine that the ratio might be such that there would be quite a few more retirees than active in the long term when it does stabilize. But let's see, turning back to page 16, there's a reference to, quote, OPEB benefits cost about 8% of salary for new members if advance funded throughout their career. I wanted to check and see if that refers to, the use of the word salary refers to the full salary, including overtime and the like, or if that reference to salary is referring to base salary.
I used the pensionable earnings definition in this case, so I think it's all the earnings.
Okay, so all earnings. Okay, that's good for us to have clarified, because the contingency in the contract that was approved for the firefighters union has a 2% contribution based on base salary. So I want to make sure that in the future, for our own reference, we're looking at the apples to apples, and I'm sure that there could be some conversion there, but gives me a better sense that if we're looking at base salary alone, it would end up costing a bit over that 8%, round numbers. My next question, as part of this presentation, do we have any estimate for anticipated expenditures on upcoming budgets, say fiscal year 2024, which will be heard this May, and or fiscal year 2025, or other budgets further out, as to the following items? And the first item on my list would be as to contractual raises.
I don't have any.
They have built in here a salary increase assumption, and is it 3.75%? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is your question relating to the pension valuation, what I'm projecting, or the upcoming negotiations for salaries specifically?
I suppose it would be directed to the finance director
Right.
as to projections for contractual raises for fiscal year 2024 budgets.
Director, as long as you please speak into the mic clearly. Thank you.
The assumptions that they use mimic, frankly, what we've just approved, which I believe is 3.75% or 2.75. Now, we did go up, which is what municipal workers are receiving. Firefighters receive an additional increase, but there's also a discount rate on vacancies. So yes, the contracts that were approved are slightly above the assumptions, but they have built in salary increases in the analysis they do, and they look at this over a long period of time. They're not looking at 1 year. They're looking at what are the salary increases over a 10 or 20-year horizon.
Thank you, Councilman. That your time is concluded.
I did have a couple of more questions that should be quick.
Well, Councilman, I'm sorry. Because there's nothing being voted on, we're just gonna adhere to the strict 10-minute, and I'm gonna ask another council person for their input.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by asking Mr. Schaefer a few questions, please. Mr. Schaefer, who gave the direction to the actuaries of what to include in this report?
Mr. Schaefer, please identify yourself, your title.
Peter Schaefer, Finance Director, City of Warwick.
Thank you.
We've been having a conversation, and as you know, going back to the first budget hearing, and we first started funding it, there's a lot of concern about this issue. I can tell you that when we do ratings for the bond agencies, this is the big thing that they focus on. Lack of a plan to deal with our OPEB liability.
Excuse me, Mr. Schaefer, this is taking part of my 10 minutes. The question I asked you was very simple. Who directed the actuaries as to what to include in this presentation?
I didn't direct them at all. I've had conversations with Mr. Newton starting over a year ago about what are our opportunities for funding the OPEB liability. And I came to you to switch so that they would do the analysis of what our OPEB liability was. Joe came up with the idea of we've gotten to a point now where we can reduce our contribution to the Fire and Police One plan. We've gone from a peak of 415 beneficiaries down to 394. It's going to keep declining.
Okay, so the answer is essentially the actuaries, they put this report together on their own.
The first two parts of it, and I referred to in the, they don't do negotiations, so that the 2% employee contribution, that's something from the city, and the availability of this medical reserve as a seed money for this, that's from the city.
Okay.
The other two parts are from the actuary.
So you instructed them, or the city instructed them, to include in their forecasts or their projections the 2% OPEB.
And you see these one page at the very end that discusses that possibility.
Okay, so you had instructed them to include that.
Yes.
Well,
and I
think that was wrong to do that. Because, first of all, we all know about a year ago, I tried to pass an ordinance that would have increased co-pays, it would have increased the cap on prescription drugs, it would have eliminated lifetime health care for new hires, and it would have put a co-pay on retirees. So I was told you can't do that because you can't interfere, or you can't put any conversations because you can't have a part of the bargaining process. Well, that is precisely what is going on with this 2%. This 2% is being jammed down the throats of police and municipal. And I object to that then, and I object to it now. So if that's the case, if they were instructed to include the 2% copay assumption, why weren't they instructed to give us a projection or an analysis, an alternative analysis as to what all these numbers would look like if the 2% doesn't happen? Because remember one thing, police and municipal, they have the right to say, we're not doing this. And if that doesn't happen, it doesn't happen for anybody. So I'm curious as to why we didn't have an alternative analysis to show that. If we're going to do this, excuse me, Peter, I'm not quite finished. If we're going to do this in all transparency so that the taxpayers know, if this happens, here's what you're going to look at. If that happens, here's what you're going to look at. But that's not what we have here now. What we have here is only the assumption that the police and municipal are going to go ahead and say, fine, we're going to do this 2%. So we don't have that, and I think that's wrong. I think we should have been presented with an
Can I respond to
alternative
your
analysis.
question? If you look at this table that's up on the screen, Mr. Newton's presentation does not make use of the 1.2 million. It talks about it on the last page as another possibility. And the other possibility is that would thereby reduce the contribution that the city would have to make. All he does is, I informed him about how we had negotiated with the firefighters, that it would in January of 2026, if the other unions agree. He has not used that as part of his numbers. He's
Okay.
referred to it at the very end.
But the 2% it's spoken to throughout this whole document. You know, this is what the big whoop-de-doo is if we, put this 2% in. So I'm curious as to, why don't we do an analysis of where the burden will be on the taxpayers if the ordinance that I put forward in February of 2022 were passed. This way we can have some real numbers here without adjustments in the books that may not ever happen. And that's wrong. I don't need a response on that. I would like to direct some more questions. And Mr. Chair, if you can when you're keeping track of the minutes, I would appreciate it if you keep track of the minutes that are being used that don't answer my question. I'd like to now speak with.
For the record, everyone's abiding to the same amount of time, and that is the 10
Sure,
minutes.
then everyone should have
Thank you.
that same consideration as I just requested too. I would like to ask Mr. Newton questions, please. Mr. Newton, when you did this, this forecast for us, did you take into consideration revenue, consideration of this potential $350 million school bond that we could be saddled with, the additional monies, millions of dollars that we need for sewers, $30 million that we need for infrastructure upgrades, a $7 million structural deficit in the current budget and also a big thing was revenues. Was any of that considered in these forecasts and how we're going to pay for these things that you projected?
No.
They were not. No,
Not
I think
part of the pension plan.
I think I remember a while back when that same question was asked, and if I remember correctly, I think the response was that no, none of that was factored in because that's not what you do.
Correct.
So I think it's pretty strange from where I sit that we're talking about potential spending and we're going to take money here and we're going to do this and we're going to do that without knowing what we have for revenue, and we're not knowing what these other bonds are going to cost us, what our other expenses are going to cost us, and where's the money coming from. So I have some problems with that. The other issue that I have a concern with is on page 18. So it appears as though well, let me make sure I clearly understand what's done. Let's go to the municipal. In 2023, we're looking at 8.1 million. In 2026, we're looking at 8.9 million.
Right.
Excuse me, in 2027, we dropped down to 3.6 million. That's a $5.3 million retraction.
Correct.
Correct? That you're taking out of the municipal pension.
Well, the funding mechanism that exists now will take that out of the municipal pension.
Okay. So why aren't we doing the same thing with police and fire?
They will at some point. You can
Not
see.
to that degree.
No, they don't
Why
have
isn't the-
they
so
don't
the-
have a base that's that big. The police and fire never got to 60% funded or whatever the municipal plan got to.
So the municipal workers who, I think it's fair to say, they're probably some of the lowest paid employees in the city. So there's going to be a $5.3 million shift in their pension.
No, there's going to be
There
no
isn't?
shift in their pension.
Where's that 5.3 million going to then? It's being reduced in 2026 from 8.9 to 2027 to 3.6. What happens to that 5.3 million?
Currently, it's going to go into your general budget.
Going to the general budget at the end of the year.
And when you're doing your budget for 2027, currently, there will be, $5.5 million of relief coming from the drop in the municipal plan's funding requirements. And it's because the unfunded liability for the municipal plan is dropping pretty quickly these next 4 years.
How is that drop going to impact the municipal workers? Because the municipal workers, as I think most of you
It
know.
should have no impact on the municipal worker.
You didn't let me finish what I was going to ask. The municipal workers their COLAs are based upon the performance of their plan. And if their plan doesn't hit a certain benchmark, which it did not for 7 years, for 7 years, the municipal workers went without a COLA because their plan didn't perform up to what it's supposed to. They're the only contract that I'm aware of that has such a clause, which I think is a fair clause, by the way. They all should have that, but this one doesn't. I'm sorry, this one does have that clause. That change in those dollars and cents right there in that line, will that have any effect on whether or not the municipal workers' performance on their pension will hit the benchmark?
No.
It will not.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm not done.
No, Councilman, your time is expired. And
So, Mr. Chairman, will you be circling back again so that we can have another opportunity for additional comments? This is a huge issue in this city. It's a huge issue for the taxpayers, and we're going to bring this to rest in an hour and a half, hour of conversation. And
well,
we only
there's
get to
no
talk 10
vote being
minutes.
taken tonight, Councilman, to answer your question, and this is a presentation
I understand that.
brought. So I'm not going to debate and argue. Everyone has adhered to the time so that we can have this presentation and ask the prudent, important questions.
So you don't
And
think the questions I asked are important? Is that what you're
I
insinuating?
said you had time to ask your important questions. So now we're going to move on and give other people an opportunity
it. We're gonna be
on
limited
this
to 10 minutes.
presentation that we are not putting a vote towards.
It has nothing to do with a vote, Mr. Chairman. It has to do with asking
Councilman,
questions and getting answers and
is-
gathering
I'm
information
gonna
to make us
continue.
in a better place.
I'm going to
But-
continue and ask members of the council, are there any other questions from members of the council? Councilman McElroy, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this question would be for Director Schaefer. As to the pensions and the OPEB, what are the assumptions for the ARC for this year and for next year?
For the pension contributions,
Yes,
I mean,
the required
Joe
contributions.
has provided us, which are posted.
Into the microphone, please, Director.
Sorry. Joe has provided us an actual report for all of the plans, and I don't have the exact contribution number in my head, but we know what it's going to be next year.
And they will be made this year and next year?
We know what 24 will be. We don't know. So this year, the municipal contribution is 8.1 million. Next year, it's going to go to 8.5 million.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of this council? Thank you. I'll now open up questions to members of the, oh, I'm sorry, Councilman, was your hand up? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Quick question.
Quick, I think. We talked about you talked about that in order for this new funding strategy to be viewed in a certain way by rating agencies, et cetera, follow generally accepted accounting practices, et cetera, that there would need to be some sort of like commitment to this. So in a municipality where, new mayor could come tomorrow and say, screw it, I want to just keep all the, build playgrounds everywhere, whatever.
Yeah.
What is a long-term commitment look like, and how does that get codified?
I don't think it has to be an ordinance. There is some grace given up front when you put a new plan together, and let's say it was just, a letter or something that the city council just approves, or even your finance director just, here's what we're going to do. And it's outlined. And then we'll go ahead and use that and say, this is what they say they're going to do. And we're going to go ahead and reflect that. And as long as the auditor accepts it, then we're all good. Now, the trick comes the first time you don't follow it. Now there's not as much grace again, and it's going to take more stringent effort to get it back. Does that make sense? So there's actually quite a bit of flexibility up front. We have plans where, just one little page memo that the retirement board said we're going to follow XYZ was enough. I think in this case we would need something that's not only in the budget, but just something that's acknowledging this is what we're wanting to do, and this is what we're going to move towards, and then it's going to become, are you actually doing it? So.
Thank you. Members of the.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman.
I'd like an opportunity to ask a couple more questions.
The councilman hit his time mark at that question, and we're all set now. We're moving to the
excuse
public.
me. You just broke the rules.
I
You just
did not
allowed
break
him
the
to have
rule.
a second comment period. I'm asking for the same.
He had
the
his
same-
time. He had his time. He met the time. We are
He
now
had the
moving
time.
to the public.
So did you-
Councilman?
No.
I
no,
am
Mr.
yes,
Chairman, I
yes.
object. What
You
you're
may
doing
object.
is absolutely wrong. You
Okay.
allowed him to speak again, and now you're not allowing me or anyone else to speak again. That is absolutely wrong.
Duly noted. Members of the
noted. So
public.
I wanna
If
have
there's
my
anyone
opportunity to
from
speak
members of
again.
the public
Mr.
that would
Chairman,
like to make a statement,
Point of
you're
order.
welcome.
Point of order.
Yes.
You allowed Councilman Gebhardt to speak again. I want to have the same opportunity. You don't change the rules in the middle of the game.
His time had not expired.
Show me the time record that you kept.
Councilman, we don't have to go through this.
Yeah, we do.
I have been very fair and very stern about the time explanations, and every other council member has honored this presentation of time. And now I'm ready to give the voice to the members of the public, and I would like them to ask the questions now. And everyone will follow the same time limit.
So show me where you kept track of Councilman Gebhardt's time that he only spoke for 7 minutes
Councilman,
instead of 10.
I am done with this conversation. Members of the public, if there is someone who would like to speak.
So you're gonna call the rules as we go. You're gonna play the game
I
as we
think
go
I made the
along.
rules
No,
very
I
clear.
understand.
Thank
I get
you.
it. Thank you.
I ask that the citizens state their name.
Robert Cushman.
Thank you.
I just want to make some statements instead of getting time wasted asking questions, but I guess just one question, and this is to the point. Mr. Newton's from, I guess, Texas, right? So if anybody wants to ask him additional questions after this meeting, is he going to be available? No, okay. I don't want to waste my time. So the fact that we're talking about generational spending here, and we're going to spend, an hour, and we have valid questions from certain council people, and you can't even ask the person who's sitting here right now, who probably gets paid hundreds of dollars an hour, was absolutely ridiculous, but whatever. So we've heard a couple things about minimizing risk, creating budget stability. And I guess the question is what can we do to make sure that that actually happens? Because I was at the meeting that Councilman Lattiser was talking about, where Mr. Newton basically said, when a council person asked him, do you look at any other expenses when you put these plans together? And he basically said, it's not my job to do that. I don't worry about that. That's what he said. So that's up to you to worry about that. So how can you minimize your risk and create a stability in a budget? He can't do that. He's not looking at everything else. He's not looking at the $350 million for school bonds, the $300 million we need for sewer and water and infrastructure repairs, right? We're looking $30 million tonight, the sewer authority, because we've got pipes exploding in the ground. They put out a bid out for $5 million for a project, it's $15 million. He's not looking at that, but here's what we can look at. For the last 15 to 20 years, Mr. Newton's firm's been coming before this council. He's producing actuarial reports that says how much money we need to spend every single year out of our budget in our annual required contributions. And the city council has made that just about the #1 priority in this city, to make sure we pay those annual required contributions. We even passed a law. We actually have an ordinance on the books that says that we have to fund to the annual required contribution in his report. So what has been the impact on the city of Warwick? I've done this analysis. I've been looking at this budget for 20 years. In the 20-year time that we've used this strategy, we've spent $41 million in new tax dollars on employee benefits. We spent $6.1 million on DPW, physical resources, $14.8 million on police and fire, public safety, and a negative $1.7 million on social services. That has been the impact of following what the actuary has told us we need to pay for pensions and employee benefits. Now we got this great plan that's coming up here that we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on, not looking at anything else. And you guys think this is budget stability? What has happened in the city over this period of time that we've spent more than twice as much money on employee benefits than everything else combined in the city? In 2007, we froze all of our bonds. We stopped fixing up school buildings, right? What has that gotten us? We need to build 2 new high schools for $350 million now because we let those sink into the ground. We had roofs leaking years ago. Pilgrim High School, we couldn't fix it. We're throwing Band-Aid approaches on it. We had a road repaving program where we used to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've lived in the city for 30 years now. There's an old saying, I think I might have been from Ronald Reagan or whatever. If you lived in the city for that amount of time, are we better off now than we were 20 years ago? Absolutely not. The services have been cut in the city. The road paving program was decimated for over 10 years. We level funded the school budget for 10 years. We level funded them. And what did we do with the money? We cut them 5% during the budget crisis, during the Retiree administration. The only city in the entire state of Rhode Island to take 5% off the school budget, $6 million. And guess what we did to it? We put it to the city side of the budget, not for services, to pay for pensions. That's what we did. What else do we have going on in the city? Our recreation facilities. Finally, I live on North Country Club. My Councilman Foley, they're finally fixing that up. They haven't touched that in 20 years. That's something that should be done every single day. And what we're talking about here is spending hundreds of millions of dollars without looking at the impact of what this cost is going to have, everything else that we need in the city. Why don't we do this? And I bet you Mr. Newton could do this. Why don't we have Mr. Newton do an analysis on how could we spend $50 million in 20 years for new schools? How can we come up with a plan to come up with $300 million for water and sewer infrastructure over the next 20 years? You're an actuary. You can do that if we tell you to do it, if we hire you to do it. You could put a plan together that not only looks at pensions and healthcare, but looks at everything else we need to fund in the city. Dave Tester, school committee chairman, came over here and said, after we build these new schools and we pay off the $350 million in bonds, we're going to need to rebuild all of our elementary schools. What's that going to cost? $500 million? There's no plan to do that. Mayor Avedisian said it great years ago. We're a crisis of the moment city. We only think about planning for the future when something explodes in the ground. And that's what's going on here. You cannot, in good conscience, even think about passing this thing until you figure out, you guys can't even do a 5-year forecast. Mr. Schaefer, we've been asking for a 5-year forecast for years. How much money is all this going to affect the taxpayers? We never hear about the taxpayers. I want to know if we pass bonds, I think I got about 3.5 minutes left, for $350 million. If we pass the $30 million for the sewers, what is my sewer rate going to be in the next 5 years? What are my taxes going to be in the next 5 years? You guys can't give us those answers, but yet you could throw out a projection for 25 to 30 years of pension and healthcare expenses. absolutely ludicrous and ridiculous. This city can do that kind of work with maybe the help of Mr. Newton and some other experts to actually find out long-term planning. What do we need to run this city? What do we need to do this? And you know, the other thing, I wrote a note down here, there's no changes in the benefits here. We're giving free lifetime health care with no copay. And I don't want to get into the questions, but there was an individual before you from Jefferson Solutions that came here. He talked about in New York City, they had a 50 to 65% copay on those benefits for retirees. You want to look at a model program? Look at the school programs. At 65 years of age, those people are off the system. I don't think your report has anything to do with funding school unfunded liabilities for healthcare, right? It doesn't. Do you know what the schools are? I think they're 50 million, right? 50 million, we got 400 million here, right? And the difference is because we're not giving out lifetime healthcare, you guys need to actually get the you-know-what and start looking at pension reform, healthcare reforms that Councilman Lattisaw is looking at. If you could put in a contract the fact that other municipal unions have to sign on to put 2% in, you could start writing ordinances that says at a certain time, no more lifetime health care for future employees, co-pays for future employees. And then, you know, one last thing that I was interested in, I know we talk about, I don't know, Mr. Newton, I think you might have said this years ago, you don't even talk to the Municipal Retirement Board or our financial consultants to look at our asset allocation, do you? Because I think you were quoting numbers from S&P 500, but we have more of a balanced fund. And I you know, maybe you can answer that after I get down, but I think I got about another minute going. But I just want to reiterate, there is information out there to show that the strategy that we have taken over the last 20 years to 15 years hasn't worked. We've destroyed the city. We've taken away programs for senior citizens that we used to have. You know, when I was on the council in 2007, we had a budget, it was called Family Services. You know what it was for? Families that are struggling. We could give them money, we could help them out. We had after-school programs for kids. We had something called the night program, where if there was crime in my ward, I could call the police up and say, hey, can you do some extra patrols? They're all gone. Why are they gone? Because we siphoned hundreds of millions of dollars from these programs and services to pay for unsustainable benefits. That's why we need a lot more discussion than 1 hour tonight. There should be weeks and months, and I think a commission should be set up to take a look at this. Thank you very much.
Please identify your name.
Good evening, Michelle Komar.
Good evening, thank you.
Thank you. This is a question through the chair to one of our consultants or the finance director. Does the state need to review or have any say in the requirement for annual contributions? And here we're reducing them for municipal. Does the state have a say in this? Is there any requirement by law?
I would say Director Schaefer. Please speak into the microphone.
We're required to file an annual report with the state on whether we've made our contribution. Now, many cities and towns are in the state plan, which the state sets the rate and everyone has to pay it. We've paid our annual required contribution since, I think at least the mid-1990s. So the answer is we file a report with the state. We've made our annual required contribution every year since at least 1995.
Thank you.
I was actually looking for like a number. Is there a required percentage, number, amount? I don't understand this test. Is there something in state law that tells you how much you need to meet that requirement?
Well, that's really a better question for Joe to make, but his actuarial study, and you can look at it, it's posted on our website. He computes the liabilities, the projected benefits into the future, and he comes up with what the number is to keep the plan fully funded.
I'm sorry, I missed the name. Who is in charge of that, please?
The gentleman that's right there, would you like him to answer the
Yes,
question?
please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yes. The the actual mechanics of how we come up with these numbers here are actually in your ordinance, and city ordinance.
City ordinance, but my question was state. Did anybody look at the state requirement that we're in conformance with state law here, what the state's going to approve? For the
Yes.
reduction, you're starting reduction of municipal
That's,
for many years. Has that been looked at or kind of studied to see if the state's going to approve that?
the state will approve that. That's following, yes, the state will approve that. We're not going in and intentionally saying, hey, we're going to lower the contribution. There's a formula, there's a process that's occurring. And the natural outcome of that process is that drop in contribution. And it's
Okay.
within the same mechanics actually that the state uses to come up with their amounts.
All right,
It's
so
the
you
same thing.
consider what the state requirements are.
Correct.
That's
Yes, ma'am.
good answer. Thank you. I too am disappointed to hear the same report, same consultant come up and say, we're not looking at the big picture. If we can make this happen or not, considering the city's budget of expenses, our debt, the burden on taxpayers, which the word city here should be replaced by taxpayer, because the risk is to the taxpayer, and nobody's mentioned that. This body has the ability to review the financial burden on all the residents and taxpayers with our debt. We use APRA funds for legacy costs that we got to make up for in this next budget. That should be interesting. We have a cap by state law without special taxes. WSA debt increase and rate heights are paid by the same people that are paying city's taxes, that are paying out of the same bank account. So we need to look at the big picture. I'd like to see an option here for getting rid of free health insurance for retirees. And how does this play into these numbers? If we look at that option, and maybe the retirement board, city employees can look at that and then make a judgment call. Are they willing to help out the city in the big picture and make this really feasible and reduce that healthcare liability by eliminating free healthcare for retirees? Now, I appreciate the discussion by the council, and I'm very concerned about what Councilman Lattiser was starting to talk about, and I would like to know his next question, please.
I apologize. This time's reserved for you. There is no yield of time, so if you have questions or if you have comments, this is your opportunity to do that.
Through the chair, I'm not asking the councilman directly. Through the chair, I'd like to know what he's concerned about, because I might feed off of that too.
He is not presenting, so the through the chair is for the presenters of the information. So if you have a question or comment, you may utilize this time.
All right, I'd like to ask the consultant, Mr. Newman, if you plugged in the option of some kind of copay for retirees so that the healthcare wasn't free, how would that affect this whole scheme? Could that be a good option to instead avoid some of these reduces in contributions?
Well, in general, the sixth column there is the OPEB claims payments or premiums. So that's what's being paid on behalf of the retirees right now. And so, yes, if there were copays to that amount, I mean, naturally, it would lower the amount the city has to pay towards that, if that could be done.
Okay, so we need to start somewhere. So let's say the copay matches what current employees pay. What would this scenario look like?
What a current is about 20%. She said if the retirees paid copay of about what the actives pay, so the actives pay about 20%.
Active employees typically pay around 20%.
Right. So if that could be applied to retirees
Right,
immediately,
just an if, right.
then yeah, you would column 6 could be cut by 20%.
I didn't hear that answer, I'm sorry.
If you could do that to retirees, then yes, column 6, which is the payouts that you're making to current retiree premiums and projected, would be reduced by 20%.
Okay, and so the bottom line number would be?
I don't know, I'd have to add them up there, but probably about 20, 25 million off that total.
So we would save 25 million off of which line item? Which year total?
So the sixth column is what the city is paying or projected to pay in premiums for retirees going out into the future
Okay.
in dollars. Like
So-
dollars actually paid. So next year's 13 million. So if 20% of that were shifted to retirees, that would be, 2.2 million.
So a 20% copay for retirees shifts in the positive, more money for taxpayers, not the city, taxpayers to contribute to the municipal pension contribution. Is that what you're saying?
It could be used in that way.
Okay, so these are options that need to be looked at. I thank you for that. I'd appreciate that in another column. And maybe you need direction from the city. I understand you're a consultant. You got to go by your scope of work and services and contract.
Wow.
But I think that's helpful information. Because I don't think a 20% copay, if it's asked for existing workers, that's too much to ask for retirees. I don't know anywhere else where there's free healthcare for retirees around. And I like I missed the answer due to poor acoustics in the beginning. What's the process for this suggestion that you have to get it reviewed by the city? Does administration make the decision? Does it go back to the council? What's the process, please?
There are definitely pieces that have to be approved by the council because it would take an ordinance to change the police fire one funding. So that piece at a minimum would have to go back to the council. But I would imagine since it's part of the budget process, it would all come back to council.
Okay.
And I believe, Mr. Schaefer, you identified that ordinance at the very beginning of your presentation.
It
Thank
was
you.
poor acoustics at the time.
Thank you, yes.
And no other council actions required for making these kind of reductions and contributions to municipal?
I would say there's two changes to the ordinance that we need to do. One is the change to fire and police one funding strategy. And I think we have to have something out that talks about getting to a 2.5% annual increase in OPEB contributions as a goal for the city. We have to have something to hang our hat on, to go to the rating agencies, to give comfort to our financial statements. So I think we would need to have two things.
Okay. I'll talk to you later about the exact reference to that ordinance because I don't know if I can find it. And my last point or question is, where in the process does it best make sense to review this proposal? When we look at the budget, which has this year's proposed budget, which has AFRA funds that used for legacy costs we now have to make up. I don't know if the $350 million bond for debt for the two new schools will be released, and whatever WSA has in their enterprise funds for increased rates. So we know that the total burden of taxes and fees on the residents, taxpayers of the city. Where in the process would that go? Would you review this proposal by itself, or would you review it in light of this year's budget, next year's budget, something that is not looking at just one credit card, but looking at the health of all our credit cards?
Your time is up. Mr. Shaver, did you want to answer on that?
Just that's what the annual budget's for.
Certainly.
So we'll
That's
see
right.
that kind of information in the budget.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What was the answer, please?
That's what the budget process is for. So we'll see that information in the budget.
Okay. So the answer is this won't be coming before the council until after the budget. That was my question.
We don't know. This is a presentation. This is
Right.
nothing being proposed. It's a presentation.
Right.
So that's where we are with this. And if there's anything that we're going to put together as a whole package, that would be the budget.
But there's two ordinances, or at least one
No,
that
no.
needs to come.
There's two ordinances he referred to. They're not open. They're not being discussed. There's no vote on them. He said, if anything's done, it would be those two ordinances. End of story. That's what he said.
Right. And my question hasn't been answered is when, in the timing of the light of the budget, will those questions be answered?
When they're proposed and it's docketed within this body, if it so happens to be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please identify.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. I have a couple of questions for the actuary. So in going through your presentation, I think in the second or third page it assumes no changes in the healthcare plan as is, correct? And I'm assuming that this presentation and this analysis takes into consideration up until June 30th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so contained within your analysis, there's no further analysis as to what's taken place in the financial market in the last 9 months, from June 30th until today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 9, on this chart, under column 8, I'm assuming that that's the city's contribution. Is that correct on the payments?
Yes, sir, in dollars or millions of dollars.
That's our annual ARC payment, right?
Correct.
So in 2023, our annual ARC payment is 52.4 million to cover.
That's my estimate, yep.
Okay. The question I have, can you tell me what's the maximum amount of taxes that the city of Warwick can raise annually if we have a maximum tax increase?
I cannot tell you that.
You don't know that? Okay. So you don't take that into consideration, how much revenue the city can bring in?
No, because that's one of the independent questions you want asked is,
okay,
ignoring that, what do you need? And then you compare to that, that's what the city does and say, well, now we have a problem because we don't have enough to do that.
So if you look at column 8 and you look at the cumulative increase in costs in those 9 years, that cumulative increase in cost is $68 million. Correct? Would you agree to that? Without, I mean, I did the math, I can show it to you, right?
It looks right.
$68 million cumulative increase in costs. So presently, the city of Warwick is about $8.6 million at a maximum tax increase. So if we take those 9 years and divide that into that $68 million, we're looking at $7.55 million a year on the average just to fund that. Right? Would you agree that $68 million divided by the 9 years, we got $7.5 million?
If those
Average.
are the right numbers, yeah.
Right? So what that chart says is that over the course of those 9 years, on the average, Warwick, we need to find an additional $7.5 million somewhere to keep everything stable as is with no changes to the pension plan. That's concerning to me. So that says if we have a maximum tax increase, just to keep this stable, we're going to have $1.1 million left over somewhere, $1.1 million on a maximum tax increase. Now, I know you're not probably aware of this, but there's been discussion for the last 9 months about borrowing $350 million for new schools, which will be added into our annual payments of, in the best case scenario, for Mr. Schaefer, in the best case scenario, we need another $13.5 million a year. In the worst case scenario, and we haven't taken into consideration commodities escalation, and $19.5 million. But he also said in his last paragraph that the city could easily see upwards of $50 million a year annual deficits. So I think the questions that Mr. Cushman had were valid, where we can say, we have a very educated, intelligent man here that's come a long way, and we're being limited for an hour, or 10 minutes, right? And assuming, and we're going to use this as, speculation, that is, if this program was to pass, this affects generations of people, right? And we're talking about it for 10 minutes each. 10 minutes. And the only businessman on the council with real life experience is limited. And I have a problem with that. I mean, we spent more time talking about yard sales than we are about a financial plan that's going to affect generations of people. You're going to have great-grandchildren, Vinny, by the time this thing is implemented, all right? So when I look at the mathematics, let's just stick to the simple mathematics. We need another $7.5 million right there just to keep the status quo. Best case scenario, we need another $13.5 million for the schools. Tonight we have before us $30 million for sewers. Mr. Schaefer can't give us a 5-year projection. So what I like to know from Mr. Schaefer is, speculatively speaking, if we would assume that this was to be implemented and everything worked perfectly, and I'm sure you've done your homework, what's the impact going to be on my tax base, Mr. Schaefer? Can you answer that question?
Well, first of all, the plan, we go to another page, is for 2.5% annual increase to fund the OPEB contribution and keep our pension plans financed.
I know that. All I'm saying is this is
And the-
really a
and the-
yes/no
the tax
question.
cap-
Excuse me,
The
Mr. Corey,
tax
please
cap-
allow this.
The tax cap, and Joe was aware of this, he worked hard at keeping the numbers down to make the plan work. The tax cap is a 4% levy increase every year. That's the state limitation.
Thank you.
So my question being, can you tell me what my increase of tax is going to be? What you're saying is assume a 4% maximum tax levy every year for this plan?
I'm saying that we get into a position where we can comply with the tax cap with some room to spare by adopting this plan.
All right, but you can't give a definitive what the tax increase would be to the average taxpayer.
That was not the objective of this presentation. The presentation was to address our OPEB liability. Joe's come up with a plan that gets
Okay.
there with a 2.5% annual contribution increase.
Okay, my next question is, Joe, if you look at the first couple of pages of your presentation, I believe it was page 3, page 4. So you show the unfunded liabilities and you show what the combined ratio is of unfunded liabilities, right? So with those 4 pension plans combined, we're looking at a 61-62% funding ratio. If we factored in the unfunded healthcare liabilities, right? Because it's a payment, right? It's a program, right? We got $405 million of unfunded healthcare. So why don't we factor in the unfunded liabilities of the healthcare program to come up with an actual number of what our combined unfunded liabilities are, where we lie in the valuations, what our percentage is. And the reason I say that is pretty easy. If I had 4 credit cards, right, and I'm paying the minimum on each one, but I'm paying every month, but I got another one that I got $100,000 on, but I can't pay it, right? That brings my unfunded liabilities and my percentage of liquidity way down. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So why haven't you combined in your analysis the fact, because this is deceptive. It's a deceptive chart. It says, well, everything looks good. When we combine these, we're at 61%. But if we forget about the problem one, police, fire, and one, we're at 79 to 80%. And the state says 79 to 80% is considered solvent and liquid and healthy. But we're really not at 70. If we say that we don't have roads to repair, if we don't have sewer infrastructure to repair, if we don't have to buy fuel, we look even better. But the reality is that we do have an unfunded liability for healthcare, which should be factored into that to give the actual realistic unfunded liabilities valuation, accounting 101 basic principles. And in the absence of doing that, this becomes deceptive to know what our financial strength and weaknesses is. So I don't understand why has not been factored into this program, because let's face it, it's the elephant in the room, right?
Well, it has been factored in, and that's actually the narrative of the presentation.
It's not factored into that chart,
In the
right?
past, these have been completely separate. They've never even been talked about at the same meeting. And so the narrative here is we start with the pension, and now we introduce the fact, wait a minute, we have this OPEB that hasn't been brought in before, and now the funding plan brings those together, and now we're going to look at them in total going forward. So
But I'm saying at present time, right?
Yeah,
At
fair
present
enough.
time.
So I understand your point. You know, if all you're doing is looking at this one slide, you say, well, if you want the total picture, we need that unfunded liability on there. I do not disagree with that from the city's perspective of financial stability. What I'm saying is the way this was put together, we were talking about the pension first, and then we were going to show, but we also have this OPEB issue, and now we're going to
Understood.
bring them together and start talking about those together. So
If you had to do some quick math off the top of your head and you factored in that unfunded liabilities and you added it to that chart, where do you think we would be on combined liabilities on page 4?
we actually have that down here. So, it's 400.
Yeah, it was like 405, I think.
Yeah, so half of our. So, well, that's probably not right. I don't know. I would guess in the 40s,
So we'd be about, if we factored into that, we'd be like 40% solvent.
between 40 and 50% would be my guess. So,
I don't think that's a good, healthy number, 40 and 50% solvent. That doesn't leave a lot of money for $350 million worth of schools, infrastructure, roofs leaking, sewers, another 30 million that's coming before the finance chairman tonight. So it leaves me concerned that we can't talk about this for more than 10 minutes when it's going to affect generations of residents of Warwick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I defer to the council president.
Thank you very much. It is now 7 o'clock. We are going to pause. We're going to start the full council meeting. We're going to do the roll call, pledge of allegiance. We have a guest, general communications. Then we're going to come right back and into committee. So individuals that are looking to speak on this topic will have that opportunity. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I call the March 20th, 2023 full city council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
McAllister.
Here.
Mr. Foley. Here. Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Howe.
Here.
Mr. Lattiser.
Here.
Mr. McElroy.
Here.
Mr. Ricks.
Here.
Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you very much. Before we do the salute to the flag, I just want to give a roadmap of the meeting. We're kind of moving around a little bit here, so I want to make sure my fellow council members, the residents that are here, and the residents watching at home. So we have not completed the Finance Committee meeting. We still have public comment if residents who haven't had an opportunity to speak yet on the presentation that we just had. As soon as we finish this, we're going to go right back into that, right into the public comment. Once public comment period for the presentation that we just have is completed, I will then ask the Finance Committee to pause again. I'm going to have the Public Properties Committee quickly convene and ask them to refer the public hearing, which is another subject that is on our agenda this evening, move that to the full council. Then they will pause. We will then move back into the full council meeting where I'm going to ask my colleagues to allow that we do Rule 41, which is public comment. This is the opportunity for residents that have come here to speak on any topic of for the city of Warwick. Once we finish the public comment section, we will then move and have the public hearing, which is on the agenda with the stenographers here for that. Once we finish the public hearing, we will then go back into the Finance Committee, which will complete its work, and the rest of the committees will complete their work, and then we will return to the full council meeting for the full council meeting. So I understand that's a lot of moving parts between each thing. I will explain what we're doing, but I just wanted to give everybody a roadmap because there is some moving around here, but I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak on not only the actuary presentation, but also for public comments. I know there's individuals that are here just for Rule 41, and I know there's individuals here just to speak on the public hearing. So I want to put those three up first. I apologize to the administration, our friends there. I know we still have to go through the bid package and the sewer authority, but we will all work together and we will do the people's work. So at this time, I'd like to call on Councilwoman Travis to introduce our guest that's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, tonight I'd like to introduce my brother, Don Rodriguez, from the Don Rodriguez Karate Academy. I know every year I speak about the Ocean State Grand National and the input that it has in Warwick. So I thought he would be great to do the pledge, and he can tell you just a little bit too.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and for the republic in which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you very much. And sir, I know you have a big event that's brings a lot of people into the city of Warwick, so we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you giving me the time to let us know what's going on. We've been working on this tournament for many months. It's called the Ocean State Grand National Karate Championships. This is our 41st year that we're running the tournament. It's going to be at the Crown Plaza Hotel. The event's going to be going on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, March 31st, April 1st, and April 2nd. We are a part of the world tour, called World Master Tour, which is the North American Sport Karate Association. In that tour, there is 11 tournaments around North America. In September, our first tournament was in Chicago. In February, our second tournament was in California. Our third tournament was earlier this month in Texas, and we have our tournament here. Quebec Open is later in April. So as you can see, we have a really exciting tour. We have people coming from all over the place. We have 9 different countries with people that are coming in from those countries. Some of those people are the best sport karate competitors in the world. And one of the reasons why is because out of all the tournaments that is on the tour, the Ocean State is giving out more money than any of them. We're giving out $28,000 in cash prizes. There's only 2 other tournaments getting slightly over $20,000. Everybody else is below that. So you can imagine you're not at the very best competitors there are. And on top of that, we have our hotels are out of control. The Crown Plaza is totally booked out. 477 room nights we have there. The Holiday Express is completely booked out. The Hilton Garden and the Hyatt are the other 2 halls that we're working on, but everybody's scattering all over the state. I should say all over the city in different hotels. So we have a very, very large group coming in. Very excited. We also are having it filmed by the CW channel. And they're going to be filming our nighttime show. The month of May, we're going to have 4 episodes on the Ocean State Grand Nationals. Every Saturday morning at 11 o'clock, there'll be a segment of the highlights from the Ocean State Grand Nationals. In those segments, we have at least 4 commercials for the city of Warwick, to promote the city of Warwick, to let everybody know. And we do a program book with everybody with the restaurants. I can't tell you how excited I am. And I'd really like to, if you ever want to come to the tournament, it'll be pretty easy to get in. Donna works my door, so I think she knows you all. I don't think you'd have a hard time getting in. We're honored to have you here. You know, we have a special guest, Don the Dragon Wilson. He's been in over 60 films, and he was a professional kickboxer and sport karate competitor. Very good friend of mine, and he'll be here signing autographs and so forth. We just, I can't wait for it to be over 2 weeks from today. But thank you very much. I really appreciate you giving me the time to talk a little bit about the tournament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we look forward to all those people staying in those hotels, eating in our restaurants, buying gas, going out, enjoying our city. So thank you. At this time, we're going to do general communications. This is announcements of congratulations, condolences, and community events. I have 2. I want to remind everybody that on Wednesday, the city of Warwick is hosting a small business summit at the Sawtooth Building. It is for any individuals that have a business in Warwick or looking to do business in Warwick. It's from 4 to 7 o'clock. There'll be workshops available on a number of different topics, and there'll also be individuals from the federal government, the state government, the city government, nonprofits, all available to talk about resources that are available to the small business community. I also have I'm going to request for my colleagues a moment of silence from Michael Gaffney. Many people know Coach Gaffney. He coached at Tollgate in LaSalle. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He was my teacher he was my guidance counselor at Tollgate. Huge family. The Gaffney family's here in Warwick. He passed away this weekend. Mr. Gaffney was a great guy. I would see him walking in the neighborhood. He's always asking about everyone's family. And again, he was a Hall of Fame hockey player. He's a Hall of Fame hockey coach. And he touched and helped out so many individuals through his over 40 years of coaching hockey at the highest levels, won state titles at Tollgate and LaSalle. And I just asked for a moment of silence for Mr. Gaffney. Thank you. Are there any other general communications from members of the council? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. On May 13th, Saturday, May 13th, the City of Warwick, in the Rhode Island Military Organization, will be hosting, while the event will be sponsored by New York Life Insurance, a boot camp breakfast. It's going to be a little different this year, and usually it's an event where veterans can go meet with employers. This was just determined, this was just planned, so it's in the planning. The information will go out, but they can meet with potential employers. They can talk to financial planners. They can enroll for VA benefits. We are also extending it to the senior citizens, New York Life Insurance, families and seniors also, but its primary is a veterans organization. Again, that's Saturday, May 13th, and that will be from either 8 or 9 a.m. to about 1 p.m., 2 p.m., one of those time frames. So again, it was just recently approved. It'll be at the Sawtooth Building, and I just wanted to put that out there, and more information will follow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Any other general communications from members of the council? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to executive communications. There are none. A is the acceptance of minutes from the council meeting held on March 6th. Councilman Howe, do you have a motion?
Move favorable action.
A second by Councilman Ford. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask that we return to the Finance Committee meeting, and we will go right back into the public. If you haven't had a chance to speak as a member of the public on the actuary presentation, this is the time here. Once we complete that, once the public has their opportunity to speak on this presentation, we will then pause the Finance Committee meeting and move to the Public Properties Committee. We will get through to everything. We're just going to move some things around. Also, if residents are interested in speaking on public comment, Rule 41, which will be right after public properties, there's a sign-up sheet on the list here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee is going to resume with the presentation, and we're public comment. Finish up public comment. Sergeant of the Arms, are there any public speakers for public comment in this portion? Not from the list. Okay, I see. Thank you. We have a couple speakers. Thank you. Please come on up. This is, again, for the presentation of the actuary, and identify your name, please.
Barry Cook, 20-year resident of the city, president of the Warwick Taxpayers Association. And I might add now we're over 100 members. So we're growing every day. I just want to say this. I came with numerous questions, but I got to say, following Mr. Ladisaw's presentation, Mr. Cody's presentation, Bob Cushman's presentation, Michelle's presentation, I'm down to probably just a handful now. So I'm not going to go through the same questions, the same discussion that were held by those people that I just mentioned. I think I'll take my glasses off so I can see. I guess the first question I want to ask is, because I'm new to this, what is the primary reason for this analysis and presentation? I understand it's a fiduciary matter, it's speaking about some of our financial obligations, but I'd like to know the history. For example, are we presently operating on a similar plan from years gone by? In other words, was there a plan proposed 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and this presentation is now a follow-up to that? So what is the primary reason for this presentation?
Mr. Schaefer, if you would like to answer that? Just please identify and speak into the microphone.
I got it now. Well, for many years, there are two major long-term liabilities, employee-related. One is pension obligations, and the city's worked hard at that, and I think the presentation made it clear that we've done a good job on that. But it'd be for pensions, 78% funded rather than 25% as it is in Providence. But the thing that we have not addressed is the OPEB liability, which, as Joe reports, is over $390 million. That means we have commitments based upon length of life, 2 people, 4 health insurance, that has a value, an actuarial value of $395 million. Joe has come to us with a strategy, a plan for whittling away at that over a long period of time to eliminate that liability and give comfort in our financial statements as we do other things that we're addressing the issue.
Thank you. The other part of that question was, is the city presently operating under a similar plan that was presented in the years past? And this is a follow-up to that?
No, there's really been no long-term commitment by the city to other post-employment benefits. We record a liability in our financial statements. This is a plan to address that liability.
Thank you. I've recently read a comment somewhere, I'm not sure it was in the Beacon or someplace else. Another question, if I may, for the director. Someplace I read there was a quote attributed to the finance director, something along the effects, it's time to get our books in order. I may not be saying that in the words that it was presented, but I believe that was the sum total of what I read. Is this an effort in some way to clean up the books?
Well, it's clearly a way to address, the books show we've got a liability of $395 million. Many people have talked about that. We've had discussions at the budget hearings the last 2 years on that issue. So we know from our financial statements we have this problem. We budget the annual payments to these retirees each year, but we have no way of addressing, we have not done anything materially to address the long-term liability. This is an effort to address something that the financial statements have disclosed to us.
And I have a follow-up question. I want to go back to, is there a reason beyond what was stated? In other words, as we look at this, one of the comments that I read earlier, I don't know if tonight or earlier, that this might be an effort to shift by spending this $5 million, which I have a question about, but by investing this $5 million into the plan, is this an effort to make our books look like we owe less, which makes us more bondable, which makes us subject to lower rates? Is there some correlation?
Well, clearly, if the city wanted to borrow money, the rating agencies want to see that we've addressed this liability. And we're approaching an area where we may want to borrow a lot of money if we proceed with building 2 high schools. So this is a first step in my opinion, in getting at that, by addressing this liability, allows the city to go forward.
I have another question, if I might. The $5 million that we're speaking about in terms of making an investment, I read someplace, I saw someplace, I heard someplace that was coming out of insurance reserves. And then I thought the gentleman from the actuary discussed medical reserves. So where exactly would this $5 million come from?
Well, what the plan is that we have a pension plan which is dwindling in size. That it's an aged plan. We do not need to fund it. We'll have a cliff in 15 years if we keep funding it. The idea is to take some of the money that we're putting in there for retired policemen and firefighters and take part of it to go into address our OPEB liability. And eventually in 2027, taking some contributions from the municipal plan. And there's two other possibilities listed here in terms of some other reserves. So there's a four-pronged plan, two of which are which Mr. Newton has brought to us, two of which what the city is trying to deal with, four different sources of funds to try to address this liability.
Follow-up question. So when we say reserves, are they actually reserves that are sitting in a separate account somewhere for that purpose, or are they coming out of the pension plan somewhere?
No, we have a special trust account for OPEB for other post-employment benefits. We've appropriated $250,000 the last 2 years, so there's approximately $500,000 in a special trust.
So how do we get from $500,000 to $5 million?
The council appropriated $250,000, and we moved the money into the trust after the budget passed.
I understand that, but I thought you said it was funded with $250,000 at some point in the past, and now that fund is up to $500,000. That's what I thought you said. And if I understood you correctly, $500,000 is a far cry from $5 million. So I'm still not sure whether $5 million.
This is the plan beginning in fiscal year '24. Next year, the outline of it is Joe has presented to us. 4 possible funding sources. We'll incorporate the final plan in the budget. We'll come to the council with an ordinance change, either for the funding of the fire and police plan and for the long-term funding of the OPEB plan. This is a hearing on an idea, the kernel of an idea. We'll get, as we move down the road, we'll have some ordinance changes to ask the council to execute it.
So the bottom line is we presently don't have this $5 million.
No.
This is something we're going to accrue over time.
This is a plan how we could fund this over the next 30 years and take care of the liability.
Another question I have is on the 2% OPEB, OPEB, other pension employee, whatever that is, that 2%, Mr. Ladisor addressed it earlier in previous meetings. Mr. Cody's addressed it. Mr. Cushman's addressed it. I'm going to address it. This 2% contribution, which the fire department has agreed to at this point, but they've agreed to it only if the other 2 unions adapt the same.
That's correct.
Okay. So what happened? The question was asked earlier. I'm not sure I got the answer, but I think the question was asked of the gentleman from the actuary firm, and maybe even you, Mr. Schaefer. What happens if the other 2 unions don't agree to this?
The actuary's plan never makes use of that money. He talks about, on the last page of his presentation, the possibility of that resource being available, which would then reduce the city contributions that would be required.
The $250,000 that was previously appropriated, climbing to $500,000 perhaps in the next budget, is that coming from the 2% contribution?
No. No, the $500,000, $250,000 2 years in a row was a direct appropriation from city revenues to start the OPEB trust.
I'd like to discuss some of the estimates, or I just lost my thought for a second, but I guess what I want to ask is the assumptions. We're talking about a 5.9 or 6% investment return in this proposal. Can you tell us what the history of the city has been in terms of the last 5 or 6 years, what we've actually earned?
Well, the actuary responded to that issue before, and he said somewhere between 6 and 7%.
That's
There's been-
historical.
There's been a lot of fluctuation. We had a very bad year last year, as you can imagine. The year before, we made over 30%.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. That's the time at this point.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to check my file, see if that's accurate. Well, we don't agree on that, but I guess I have no choice. You shut off the councilman, I'm certain you're going to shut me off. But for the record, I don't agree with the timing. Mine says something different.
Duly noted. Thank you.
You know what? You're very sarcastic. I've been very polite, but you're a very sarcastic person. Duly noted. Please don't get next to me. Please don't get next to me. You're in my space.
He's the sergeant of the arms, sir. He's the sergeant of the arms. He has, that is, no police. Sergeant Wells of 30 years on the Warwick Police Department, K-9 officer. Thank you so much for your assistance and your time volunteering for this great city. Thank you, sir. Will that speaker please go to the microphone?
Hello, Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm. I never present my credentials. They're rather boring. I have a CLU. I've worked in pensions for many years. In fact, I worked on the city of Warwick's healthcare in the 1980s with my partner. And we put some pretty good programs together, especially for the school department. So I unfortunately was working, so I wasn't here at the beginning of the meeting. So if I ask questions that have already been asked, then just to let me know. Number one, I think the city council people have the healthcare benefits, right? Or some of them do. And do they fall into the retirement program too when they leave? Are you folks subject to the same thing that the employees are?
If, with permission, I will answer that. Anyone on the city council after 2009 does not qualify for retirement. They do qualify. Active members of the city council do qualify for health care. Some members do collect that health care. Some opt out of it. However, members elected prior to 2009 do qualify for retirement health care, if they opted for it.
Okay, I don't think we have very many right, Donna, but there are some. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So it's limited.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to employees and they retire, are they asked to identify their health plan and their future employment? For instance, if they leave the city of Warwick as retirees, say at 55, and they then get a job for the state of Rhode Island, and they get benefits from the state of Rhode Island, or they could, are they obligated to tell the city about the benefits they're getting in their future jobs?
There is a requirement in, I think both in the ordinances and in the labor contracts, that if you have other health insurance, you have to waive your city health insurance. But I can't remember whether it has to be a better plan or not, or the comparable plan. I'm just not sure. The personnel director would know that, he enforces that provision.
Thank you, Finance Director.
So that's actually in some respects enforced, and that cuts some of the cost. Well, that's good news. I really didn't know that, and I think that's important to know that when younger employees retire, the public should know that they are actually paying through their new jobs. Of course, the problem is that many of them would just simply waive their coverage from their new job because the old job is paying it, and they don't have to have co-pays and all that. They have a very rich program, in other words, with the city and perhaps with the new job, even being the state of Rhode Island, they might decide to waive. So I wonder if the ordinance is strong enough to enforce, compliance with this. So I don't know, personnel person isn't here, but I mean, it's something that you guys should think about moving forward. We really need to come to grips with this. This is a huge problem. I do have a question for the actuary. and it involves the cost of care increase. You know, the healthcare increases are very large. What number are you using as a inflation projection for other employee benefits health?
It starts out around 6.5% a year. And it trends down over time to around 4.25%. 4.15, I believe.
So where did you get that calculation from?
We use the Gibson model to come up with the long-term trend, and then we use what's going on recently in trends for the upfront, and then we just, trend.
So do you have a citation? Do you have a organization that you go to get that number, or are you just, getting it?
Our firm, well, the Society of Actuaries puts out information we can use, but then also our firm has experts in that specific field that put that information out that we use.
And can you make that available to the public here in Warwick?
It's disclosed in my report, so yes.
Because, I understand that the healthcare increases are around 10 or 11%. I think 6%, I don't know if you can call it conservative or not, but it seems to be lower than what I've been seeing lately.
The last 5 years has actually been less than CPI.
Oh, okay.
It's been
Less,
very low.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Healthcare increases are less than CPI?
Yeah, the last 5 years or so. It's been pretty crazy.
I'd love to see a report on that. I think the city really needs to have a report on that, by the way, because this is a very important issue. As I understand it, and I'm not an expert, but the healthcare increases are around 10% a year, not CPI has been what, 1 or 2% for many years until recently, I think. Right. We haven't had inflation. So you're saying that healthcare is at the CPI for the past 4 or 5 years? I'd like to see that. I really would. And I think the city council would too. Okay. Seriously. Yeah. Thank you. This is something that's very, very concerning to all of us. There's no doubt about it. And it gets into politics. It gets into this nasty socialism and the national health care and the lack of national health care. And the city council needs to understand that this is a runaway problem. And we really can't let retirees get off the hook this way. I mean, you just can't. So I have a question, maybe it could be answered. I understand that retirees don't have the same union benefits that active workers do, that somehow they fall out of the negotiating part of it?
In general, they're guaranteed the benefits that they were receiving at the time they retired. So that if the city negotiates something better or worse for the employee, people are grandfathered into the benefit they had when they retired.
Is this a common practice in labor relations?
Absolutely.
So you're telling, well, of course, we're talking public sector here, we're not talking private.
Right.
Because in private sector, what would happen is when you retire, if you're not 65, I mean, okay, go get another job, and then when you're 65, you fall under Medicare. So what you're telling me is that typically across governments, that when people retire, they typically get fully funded health care. And if they don't, well, we'll put it this way. If people get fully funded health care when they retire, and this is a union negotiated benefit, what you're telling me is that the cities are stuck with it.
Yes, except when they turn 65, they go on Medicare.
Right,
and for many city employees, there's a Medicare supplement, but the city is no longer responsible for the kind of premiums they were paying until they turned 65.
Okay. So what happens if the city goes bankrupt?
That's not a possibility, sir.
Well,
Full faith and obligation.
I think it clearly is. I mean, I think the city of Detroit went bankrupt, didn't they? And as I remember, when I was working in New York City, there was very great fears of the city of New York going bankrupt. So cities can go bankrupt, I think, or they may want to go bankrupt, because part of the reason for going bankrupt is to get rid of, flush out some of these benefits that the city clearly can't afford, as Mr. Cody and Mr. Cushman pointed out. I mean, we have a serious problem here. And the city council should recognize the problem and not just say, oh, there's no solution, we're just stuck with it forever. I mean, you know, I'm sorry, you know, the city is a unit, the city is a corporation. It is organized by the state of Rhode Island. It can go bankrupt. In fact, it can actually disappear, truth be known. But not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that leverage should be applied to these benefits for these retirees to get them to recognize that they need to control their cost. They must have a co-share that is significant. Otherwise, they're just going to run it up. Oh, okay, you know, I'm not feeling so good. So, you know what? I just go for it. You know, I'll go to the Leahy Clinic or something.
Thank you, sir. That is the time.
Okay, thank you very much. And I hope my comments were helpful.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak upon this presentation? Any other members of the public that would like to speak to this presentation? The time is now, Time is now 7:45 PM. The Finance Committee will recess.
Yeah, we're going to pause the finance, and I would like to call the Public Properties Committee, and that is Councilman Foley and Councilman Gephardt. So stay right there, please.
Oh, my God.
Good evening. I'm serving as the chair. Councilman Ricks got called away. The Public Properties Land Use Committee called to order at 7:47. First order of business, acceptance of minutes from committee meeting held on March 6th.
Move to accept.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
The next order is item 1, PCO 6-23, order on the abandonment of a portion of Texas Avenue JMR Properties LLC petitioner. I'm looking for a motion to move to public hearing.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We're now going to pause that committee. We're going to pause that committee. We're going to go back into the regular city council meeting. So at this time, we're going to move to Rule 41, which is the public hearing, public comments, I'm sorry. Then we will do public hearing immediately after public comment. There's a sign-up sheet here. I just want to do one last call, Sergeant. If there's anyone here that would like to be heard, public hearing, please sign your name up now, and then we will do that. And then once we finish the public comment, then we will go into the public hearing. Once we finish the public hearing, we will go back into committees. And I thank everyone for their patience. Don't rush. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are now at the public comment section on the agenda. This is Rule 41. After general communications and prior to the consent calendar at the last regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council each month, there will be a period of time not to exceed 30 minutes during which citizens may comment about Warwick's city government issues following to the following situations. A, the total period of time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. Each citizen signed up and present shall have not to exceed 5 minutes to speak, provided, however, that if there are more than 6 citizens signed up and present, the 30 minutes will be split evenly amongst speakers. Time shall not be transferable among speakers. The topics for comments shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during public comment. Public comment session will terminate at the expiration of the earlier of the speakers concluding their allotted time or 30 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent vote of the council. So at this time, we have 4 individuals that have signed up to speak at this time. So each individual will get up to 5 minutes. The first speaker is Richard.
Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm. Tonight, we're going to talk about the airport. We're going to talk about the noise problem. We're going to talk about 1,000 people in Warwick who have soundproofed their homes and are now finding that the soundproofing is failing. They're finding that their air conditioners are no longer working and they cannot get parts. They're finding that their windows are beginning to leak, that the FAA has officially said that the lifespan of the soundproofing is between 20 and 40 years. I have recently put together a Facebook group. I put it together last week. Now we have 100 members in the Facebook group, many of them with sound problems in their homes. As you may remember, 2 weeks ago, we had a very fine city council meeting where we talked about noise mitigation and these kinds of things. At that point, I didn't know anything about these failing soundproofings. And a city council member came by and he offered a petition to work with the freight terminal, the proposed freight terminal, and said that perhaps some kind of noise berm would help. I didn't really fight it at the time, but now I'm beginning to understand that we have a very, very significant, newly emerging sound problem with the airport. And I wanted to bring it to your attention because it involves constituents of several of the city council members. And I do believe that the city council needs to look closely at what RIAC has promised over the past 25 years. They promised a noise curfew. They promised in an FAA document that they would install a curfew that runs all night long. And what they've done is they've been beginning to meet with the council members and the planning department and RIAC, 1 month at RIAC, the next month here. And I can tell you, having worked with RIAC since its very beginning, you get kind of pumped up when you go there. You know, they have all these executives and this and that and on and on. It feels pretty good. But what we really need in Warwick is to represent the constituents, represent the people. And if the people's soundproofing is failing, we need to address that big time. So that's more important to me, I believe, and hopefully to all you, than perhaps creating a few jobs in a warehouse. We need to make sure that the people are protected. And if they're not protected, then we have to recognize that when the airport comes by with more and more early morning and late night flights, the city has to begin to say, wait a minute, you know what, we have a big problem with your soundproofing. And by the way, it's worse than that. On Palace Avenue, if you run down Palace Avenue running south across Main Avenue, you will discover about 100 homes in the noise cone, about 100 homes in the 65 decibel noise cone that are not soundproof, that they're not offering soundproofing for. Whereas if you look at the other ends, like Cedar Swamp, the northeast, and across over by Carvel on the northwest, the soundproofing goes way beyond the noise cone.
1 minute, Mr. Langseth.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to bring this to your attention, and obviously I'm going to be writing some stuff about it, but you know what? I'm not a crank when it comes to this. It's really, really important. Thank you very much.
Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Mr. President. May I just make a simple comment? We can't respond. I'm not answering. We can't, I'm sorry. The next speaker is Robert.
Patricia first.
Patricia.
Okay. As stated, my name is Patricia Orr. I'm a Warwick resident. You want me to lower this? I'm sorry. I'm a resident of the city of Warwick for over 30 years, roughly 33 years. I reside at 45 Anderson Avenue, which is off of Narragansett Parkway in the Gaspee section of Warwick. We've met on several occasions with our ward councilman, Mr. William Foley. He's been very understanding and stated that he would let us prepare this discussion this evening. This request is not only both my husband and I, but many of the residents in this general area. Several neighbors have approached us and asked us, because we're closer to the situation, what is going on. It's a piece of property that was sold 1 year ago. It had been a rental property for many years, and it's a very small dwelling, a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom home with an attached garage, but the total land area of this residence is 6,000 square feet. The current occupancy of the new owners are 2 senior adults. So our request this evening is we want the city council to amend some of the wording that is, we feel, misconstrued about the safety and visual obstruction of very large recreational vehicles that are parked on this property. Currently, at this property, we have 5 motor vehicles, a 13-foot in height boat with trailer, a 10-foot in height mobile home camper, and a large GMC pickup truck. They're permanently parked for the past year on a front open corner lot that corners Anderson Avenue and Morton Drive in Warwick. If you read zoning ordinances, they have state that the boat should only stay there a short period of time, must be moved, et cetera, et cetera. We're not going to get into that. We're not picking on neighbors. We feel that the city must start addressing these large vehicles that people put in their yard when they don't have room for them. The situation, we feel, has now created a safety and visual obstruction. The obstruction on a corner lot is serious for the traffic flow, children, and pets in the area. When my husband and I wanted to erect a fence in our driveway, we were told that the fence could not be higher than 6 feet in height, and must drop down to 2.5 feet at the end of the driveway, leaving clear visual impact for traffic. So in summary, my husband is going to get more into the actual rewording or amended wording that we're asking for, and have the city council address this, not just for our two streets, but for the city of Warwick. You can ride around, and majority of the residents do cover their boats, put them in their backyards, but this has now become a problem on our two streets. Thank you, and my husband will speak more to the amended wording.
Thank you. Is that Robert?
Yes, Robert Grace, 45 Anderson Avenue. We've been residents there for the past 33 years. You have the photographs which indicate the indications, or the conditions, I should say, in our neighborhood. But the best descriptive is that we live across the street and next door to a used car lot. But I think an important point here is this is not a single neighborhood issue. These concerns relate and uncurbed can affect every residential neighborhood in the city of Warwick. And without a remedy in place, there's no recourse. These issues have the potential, again, of affecting every residential area in an adverse way. It is therefore the concern of every Warwick resident and every Warwick property owner who has an interest in protecting their property and at the same time having a reasonable anticipation of enjoying that property to support a proposed amendment. And in that regard, it certainly warrants the attention of the Warwick City Council. I don't have any details tonight. I think it was appropriate to make suggestions as to an amendment, but I'm happy to offer any suggestions at the appropriate time. In addition, and lastly, there are a number of neighbors here who share the same concerns that we do, but will not be speaking.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for identifying the people. The next speaker is Kim.
Good evening. My name is Kim Lee. I am the owner of 38 Anderson. I was alerted of this hearing by other neighbors who actually have boats and campers in their yard and were concerned that any zoning change would also affect them. We do have a boat in that side yard, which is our only yard, given the size of the property that Pat, I believe her name was. I've never met her before. She's never talked to me or even said hello to me. So yes, that is our property, that side yard. There is a boat that is overwintering there now. Yes, last year when we moved there, it stayed there for the year. We know that was wrong. That boat will be moved in 2 weeks to the marina, and I have a receipt of where it will be stored off property for the summer. Warwick allows citizens to overwinter their boat on their property, and we do plan to bring that boat back in the fall to overwinter. And then next boating season, it will be gone again. The camper is a mini camper, a mini Springdale. It is not a huge camper, and it does not obstruct the view of people traveling on Anderson Avenue, evidenced by the speed the traffic flies down that road. They're not concerned. As far as children, there are no children at the end of our street. It's all older people. There are no children playing there, and why would they be playing in our yard? As far as the dogs, when all these neighbors walk around our property, they all do their business right on our lawn. I watch them do this every day. So what's so dangerous about that? We do own several vehicles. Everything we owned, we do own. We're not storing anybody else's. They're inspected, registered, paid for, and they're used. They're used at various times, different times. Nothing is permanent on that property. Things move around often, as I'm sure the neighbors could say, since they obviously watch. Everything moves, the camper, the boat, the cars.
So as far as I'm concerned, we are not violating any ordinance presently. Warwick is considered one of the major boating areas in this state. There are over 312,000 recreational boats in Warwick. How many people do you want to upset by telling them they can't overwinter their boat in their yard or keep their camper in their yard? That's our pleasure time. I just think you need to think about that, because there are plenty of neighbors that came up to us with this notice, so it's not everyone in the neighborhood that's upset with what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we are moving on to referral of business PCO 6-23. This is the public hearing, an order of abandonment of a portion of Texas Avenue, JMR Properties. Committee report, land use. Councilman Foley, land use, you recommended to move to the, open a public hearing?
Opening public hearing on PCO 6-23.
Second by Councilman Howe. So now we are in the public hearing. What's that? Oh, and we're going to vote. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Just give me a 1 second, sir. Here. So for the public hearing, how we do this is I will ask, is there anybody here to present this to the council? We will then have a presentation for the council. I ask everybody who's speaking to just speak slowly and clearly. We have the stenographer here this evening to record the public hearing. Then we will open it up for questions from members of the council, and then we will open up to members of the public. I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in favor of this proposal. Then I will ask for people if there's anyone here to speak against this proposal. And then I will ask if anyone who would like to be heard on this proposal. So at this time, is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this project, PCO 6-23? Please identify yourself.
Yes, good evening, Mr. President. My name is Jeff Caffrey. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Resnick and Caffrey. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner. With me as well is Stephen Miller. He's principal of JMR Properties, one of the petitioners. So before the council this evening, is a petition to abandon a portion of Texas Avenue. It lies between Jefferson Boulevard and Ohio Avenue. It's a strip of land that's 40 by 100, 4,000 square feet. To the immediate west of the area before the council this evening is a portion of Texas Avenue that's been previously abandoned in 1988. And that was a strip of 160 by 40, so 6,400 square feet. I took the opportunity to visit the site there this evening, and it's obvious to anybody who drives the area that this portion of Texas Avenue is not being utilized. There is access to the abutting properties over accepted city streets. In particular, we've got the Vermont Avenue condominiums, which access their property over Vermont Avenue, Esquire Properties and LAX Realty, all with alternate means of access. It's my understanding that this matter has been heard and a recommendation was made by the planning department in favor of granting the abandonment, and that an appraisal was done, and we've tendered a check to the city in the amount of $16,000 to compensate the city for the use of the land. Having said that, if any member of the council has any questions, we're happy to try and answer them.
Well, thank you, sir. And we do have that in our packet here. We have a memo from the planning director in favor of this. The planning department came out with a recommendation for this. Are there any questions from members of the council on this hearing? Any questions from members of the council? Okay. I'm going to move to the public here. Going to ask, is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard at this time on this project? Go ahead, sir. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm in Warwick. I was going over the PCR and also over the petition, and I'm very confused about who's going to purchase the property. And, you know, perhaps the presenter could help me out. It's my understanding that in common law, the road is split in half by the abutters. So Vermont would get one half and the petitioners would get the other half. However, it's not clear in this petition what's going to happen. And I wonder if these folks, the Vermont condominium, have been appropriately noticed in time for them to respond. I just don't know the answer. So, you know, perhaps somebody could help me out on this.
We actually submitted a petition that was signed by JMR Properties and also by representatives on behalf of the Vermont Avenue condominiums. They've also agreed to split the cost with us for the land, and it's the understanding that the land would be split equally down the middle, with half going to JMR and half going to Vermont Avenue. But they most definitely were aware of it, and proper notices were sent to them as well.
Thank you very much. That was unclear to me. The other problem I'm having is I do appreciate the hearing, and when I was reading the legislation, the state legislation on abandonment of streets, it's not clear that there should be a hearing, and I certainly appreciate the folks at the City Council having hearings on these matters. In the future, we may be faced with more abandonments in the Strawberry Field area, where the Rhode Island Airport Corporation is proposing building a berm across Strawberry Field Road and down to Murray Street. So I just wanted to be clear that when that comes before the City Council, that there will in fact be a hearing on the matter. It will be a formal process. It will be well advertised, and that folks will have a chance to be heard. And I just want to, you know, emphasize this.
That we will always follow protocol and advertisement requirements.
And the hearing, because if you look at the state statute, it doesn't really clarify that. So, but I think what we're saying is here at the City of Warwick, we will have a hearing.
It has long preceded my tenure here, but it has been the practice of the council with abandonment to hold a public hearing and proceed it as an ordinance. So it also has its two passages, first with the public hearing and then another one to follow. So,
Right.
and we advertise all those things like any other zoning proposal.
Right. I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
And thank you, sir. And for the stenographer, that is the council solicitor. Any other members of the public that would like to be heard on this project at this time? Are there any other members of the public that would like to be heard? Are there any other members of the public that would like to be heard? Councilman Foley, would you like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close public hearing.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt. Okay, we are now back to the council. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Oh, we got to do a vote on that. The clerk will call a roll to close the public hearing. We can do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye of closing the public hearing. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we are now back to the council. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council on this time? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Foley, do you have a motion?
Motion for favorable action on PCO 6-23.
Second by Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action. Yes.
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 Thank you. First passage. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. All set? So at this time, maybe we take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll go back into the Finance Committee, and then Councilman Howe
p.m. The Finance Committee is continuing. We are now moving on to PCR 32-23. Before we begin, I would like a motion for the acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on March 6th.
So moved.
I have a motion. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
The first item is bid 2023-348, purchase of a paratransit van. Good evening, Director. When you come up to the microphone, please identify. That one right there. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Howe and members of the committee, and happy spring. I am here to present the bid that we have recommended for a paratransit van. It is a 12-passenger plus 2 wheelchair van. There were 4 bids ranging from $109,912 to a high of $119,745. The lowest bidder was not in compliance with the specs on multiple areas. There are 6 on the letter there which were critical. So the second lowest was a bid from Matthews Bus, who complied with everything with the exception of one spec which was actually exceeded our request. The difference between the 2 bids is $960, and we are recommending that the bid go to Matthew Bus Sales.
Thank you. And as I'm looking at your bidding, so this vehicle that was decided on is not in stock at this time. It would be 90-day.
Correct, and we have asked that that when we accept the bid, we consider that they have a guarantee to hold the quote for a specific delivery date, so that we had an issue last year with supply chain issues, and the chassis kept increasing and increasing. So we would have to put in some kind of a something that said that they have to hold to that number for delivery time. I also have to comment that this is being paid for through ARPA funds, also a state designated grant, and so the city's responsibility for this is $4,539.
Right. And the chassis is available, as you said before. The issue was that we kept waiting because of the supply chain.
Exactly.
Now this is available, so we're looking at a 90-day.
Exactly, and this is very different from last year when we had, quotes all over the place because of the supply chain demands. But this year they were very close. I mean, $10,000 between the lowest and the highest is a pretty tight bid range.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of this committee? Any questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
With respect to the warranties on this vehicle, what are those warranties? I don't see them in here, at least.
It is in the specs. Oh, sorry. So the chassis is 3 years or 36 miles. I'm sorry, 36,000 miles. The powertrain, 5 years or 60,000 miles. The Star Trans, which is the type of bus, limited warranty is 1 year or 12,000. The bus body structure, 5,000 or 75,000 miles. The heater, air conditioning, and the chairlift has 3 years, the air conditioning 5 years, and the seating frames 5 years, and unlimited miles.
Very good. You said that the chassis is in. As of your position paper on March 2nd, it says on a 2023 chassis to be built and available in approximately 90 days. So from March 2nd to today, that has changed?
No, I stand corrected. You are right, Councilman. It is not available right now. We would want to put something in there conditionally to say that that price could not increase in the next 90 days.
That would be critical, in my opinion.
Absolutely, I agree.
Particularly where down further in your description of the bidders, it says date bid expires, and Matthew Bus says chassis availability. That's a big problem, or it could be a big problem, because if it's not available in 6 months, we could be in the same boat as we were with that other vendor. So it would be imperative that you get something in writing to guarantee that bid, and in turn sends it off to this council.
I have no problem with that.
Great, yeah, thank you. I mean, in the interest of protecting you, us, the taxpayers, so we don't have another vendor issue like we had before.
I
Thank you.
agree, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions or comments from other members of the council? Councilwoman Donna Travis.
Hey, thank you. Hi, Director. How are you?
Good evening.
How many buses do we have right now?
We have, hang on a second. We have 5 buses. We have 2013 Chevy with 105,000 miles. We have 3 2014 Chevys with slightly over 100,000 miles on each of them. And then we have 1 2021 16 passenger with 20,000 miles.
So do you have a 16 passengers? So the other 4, 12 passengers?
We have 3 are 16 passengers with 2 wheelchair, and 2 are 12 passenger plus 2.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other members of the council? Members of the public? Any members of the public would like to speak on this bid? Any members of the public? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second bid is 2023-404 Municipal Fire Training Academy. Chief, please identify yourself with title, department.
Assistant Chief Uppenhauer, the Fire Department. The Fire Department is seeking an exception to bid to send 24 fire recruits to the State Municipal Fire Academy. We're seeking to award this purchase to the Rhode Island State Fire Academy in the amount of $78,000.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to kind of go on this. This academy, as I was informed by the chief, that the department is doing something a little different that's never been done before to accommodate and to get the best recruits. And I think that this is something that the rest of the council, this is a great opportunity to inform the rest of the council. The fire department initiated where they are recruiting to active duty, military, and deployed military. And for the first time, they're sending their tests that used to have to physically taken in the fire building or in a city building. So participants had to come to the city to take this test to qualify for employment, or for the academy, I should say. The fire department has selected members of the military that are still at their duty stations. And let me just say with a little understanding that military members, once you're 6 to 8 months from exiting the military, cannot take leave. You are not allowed to take leave. So you cannot apply for jobs like the fire department, even though you may have had that training and that experience. You could not fly here to interview and then fly back because you are barred from taking leave because you're in the process of out processing. And if, God forbid, anything happens, that's a whole nother, whether you're covered or not or anything that could be. So what the fire department did was send out the tests and allowed a federal proctor, a federally licensed proctor, administer the test on behalf of the fire department. And then once that person passed the written test and took the test, that person then was interviewed via Zoom. So for the first time in this, while we're preparing to send some of our members to the academy, this class and the next class in April, we will have 3 members or 4 members, I'll let the chief specify, of deployed or active duty military now applying for the job, including one particular that's in Alaska with experience as, I know, I found that interesting, with experience as a combat medic with deployments in Iraq. So when you speak about going out and grabbing the talent in this time where finding that talent, and we're reading in the newspapers, I have to commend the fire department for thinking outside the box. I know that there's been conversations, there's that feel of, we have to get the best of the best. And I feel that, with the fire department giving up that little bit of control over the tests and trusting the federal to administer it, it definitely is something that I have to commend you on as we're preparing to send these recruits to the department. I do have to say, and again, Chief, you can correct me, they are still required when they come back before they go to the academy to meet the agility test, which is obviously very important. And as the chiefs have stated, they really don't feel that'll be an issue. But so Chief, please go on. If you could clarify, did I make it clear enough?
So yeah, 3 of those 24 are active, reserve, or previous military service. Chief McMichael, since he's come to the fire department here, has been went to great lengths to try to recruit and promote veterans and previous military service, because our fire department's had, frankly, great luck with them in the past. So, so that is true. We encourage them. We actively recruit them. The next step would be there's actually 6 of the next 8 on the list are all previous military service. And the only reason that they were passed over is because they weren't released from their service in time for this academy. So what they'll do is they'll state where they are on the eligibility list, and then they will be first up for the next academy class that we start.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Councilman Foley.
Chief, that we're sending 24 to the academy. They all make it through. How many do we need?
It's good. So it's broken into 2 groups. There's 7 that are currently going through training right now. So 4 of those 7 will be at the academy. And then there's another group coming in 2 weeks. In a couple weeks. Yes, they'll start in April. They'll start here in the Warwick in April. They'll go to the academy later in April. And there's potentially up to 20 of the 23 of those recruits will be sent down to the academy. So that gives us a total of 30 recruits coming in. They'll all finish up sometime in August. That actually satisfies our requirements for the federal grant that we received last year for the 20 new firefighters. That's the main reason for that big class. And that will bring us up to our new levels with the SAFER grant funding, but unfortunately still a couple short of our minimum that we'd like to carry, the 204, now 224 that we like to carry. We're still going to have a couple vacancies, so we anticipate another class come in sometime in fiscal year 24.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I think that's a great idea regarding our veterans. They certainly deserve to have some, how do you say, cooperation, I guess, given what they're doing for us. With that said, the tests that will be done for military, are those tests administered in person?
So they're remotely proctored exams. So the testing company incorporate in accordance with military proctors, they do a video recording. So it's basically they use 2 different cameras to just make sure they're not using, they're doing it correctly. And they're not using any cheats or anything like that. And then there's a active military person that is given by the base that also oversees that process. So it's a computerized exam. It's just done remotely proctored by video and by live proctor.
So, given your response, do you have any knowledge, or does the fire department have any knowledge of any problems associated with taking these tests versus by Zoom?
No, the test isn't by Zoom. The oral interview is by Zoom. The test is done by remotely proctored. So the same testing company that administers our written examination, the paper exam that we give the 200 other candidates, it's the same examination in a computer-based form, but it's just given in that remotely proctored way. If they pass that written exam and move on to the interview, because they can't be here in person, we allow them zoom in for their oral interview.
I see. Does everyone receive the same test, or are they different tests?
They receive the same test.
They all have the same test?
Yep. And their scores are usually consistent with the average scores from the group of the act that actually does the written. We've done 3 or 4 this year, and in I think we did 2 or 3 in the last testing process, and their scores are right on the average of the written exam.
So the tests that are taken, whether it be from our military people or taken right here at the fire station, those tests, are they the same tests as prior potential recruits took? Or
No,
are they
the
different?
test changes every time that we administer, every 2 years.
It changes every what?
Every 2 years. We do an eligibility list every 2 years, and a different version of that test is requested from that company for each time that we administer the test.
So do you have a class that you propose any closer than every 2 years?
Well, what we do every 2 years is we create an eligibility list. So right now there are 60 candidates on that list that have successfully, everybody who passes the written exam and passes or interview is ranked and placed on that list. And then as we need candidates or recruits, we pull from that list in order. So and since I've been here, I've never seen a list actually get exhausted. So we usually have more candidates on the list than we do, than we actually hire in any 2-year period. So I don't imagine this list being exhausted.
Okay. I just want to follow up on Councilman Foley's question. So assuming that all 24 candidates pass and are hired by the fire department within the next year and a quarter or something to that effect, what will your total complement be?
So it's actually 30 recruits that we're hiring. Only 24 of them are going to the academy. So if we get candidates from that have previous experience in the fire service, if they've already been through the municipal academy in the past, we don't send them again. So they've already got their certifications and their qualifications. So they won't go back to the academy. We won't pay for them to go back to the academy to do something they've already done and have certifications in. So we're right now we're having a class of 7 and a class of 23, so 30 total, and they'll be done actually in August of this coming year, not within a year and a half. They'll be done in August of 23. That will bring us up to our new number of 224, which includes the 20 federally funded.
I'm sorry, your new quota what? 224?
204 is our stand-in number.
Yep.
That was increased to 224 with the 20 federally funded positions for the next 3 years. So at least for the next 3 years, we'll be at 224.
And your full complement right now is 212?
204.
It is 204?
Yeah.
And the grant from Senator Reed that paid for, or that was for 20 firefighters, correct?
Correct.
And how much was that grant for?
A little over $6 million. I think
6 million?
6.2 million over 3 years. Yeah.
6 million, you said?
6.2, I believe.
Okay.
Over 3 years.
Over 2 years?
3 years.
3 years. And that grant, what specifically does that grant cover?
So that grant was put in position into fill firefighter positions to backfill for a 5th rescue, so that we can put on a 5th rescue. And once we take the firefighters off the line to man that rescue, they would federally funded positions would backfill those positions that they vacated, and then to add for the next 3 years to add a 3rd man to each of our ladder companies, which will bring us closer to the NFPA standard for those companies.
So does it pay just for salaries, or does it pay for the entire cost of each firefighter, which includes health care and pension and OPEB, et cetera?
It includes all contractually obligated costs. So yes, it includes their base salary, their holidays, their clothing allowances, their pension. It includes the city's side of the pension and tax contributions. Any costs to the city that are contractually obligated by by taxes or by the contract, the city, the federal government will reimburse the city
Over 3 years.
over 3 years.
So I'm going to ask another question, the same as I did years back when the fire department was given 8 floaters. And also another time when you had the grants covering, I forget how many firefighters it was at the time. So in this case, you're going from 204 to 224 in the next 3 years. That's paid for by the grant from Senator Reed's office. So when that grant is over, what happens? Do you go back to 204 or do we still own 224 with no grant?
So the city's under no requirement to maintain those positions. So what we anticipate happening is prior to that, the contractual negotiations will happen. We'll have a new contract prior to the expiration of that grant, and any of those positions that the fire department wants to maintain would obviously have to be negotiated with the contract.
So that's a pretty similar answer from what I got last time. So with the last grant that we received for, how many firefighters was that for, the last grant we got? I think it was a lot. It was
I don't remember.
23
honestly.
or something. It was a significant amount.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
So of those firefighters, which again increased the complement beyond the 204, I'll just use that number, has any of those positions been eliminated either through attrition or through retirement or anything like that? Or do we still have those firefighters?
Are you
on
talking
payroll?
about the previous SAFER grant?
Uh-huh.
So those firefighters, they're definitely still in the department. So we took them in, but I believe we didn't maintain the staffing levels that we did once the previous SAFER grant was in place. So I think at that time we were up to 226 or something like that, or at least above 220. We're down to 204 as our stand-in man-in right now.
Right now you have 204?
Right now we're at 190, but
Okay, that was 194 is what you have right now.
190 is what we're going to be down to this fiscal year.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next is bid 2023-176, GTAC F110, tablets and vehicle mounting hardware. Good evening, Major. Please identify.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. In August of 2022, the Warwick Police Department went out to bid for GTAC F110 tablets and associated vehicle mounting hardware. Island Tech Services had been awarded the contract for the original spending authorization of $50,000. The Police Department is seeking a 612 alteration of contract to increase the spending authority an additional $60,000 for a new overall spending authority of $110,000. The Police Department is seeking the increased spending authority due in part to our modified short-term goals and acquisition of new vehicles to our fleet, which need to be equipped with the GTAC tablets. More tablets than originally planned are necessary to equip these vehicles. If approved, funding would be allocated from the police operating budget 30-231 computers.
Thank you, Major. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Major.
Good evening.
Major, what is the, because I just wasn't able to get to the answer, believe it or not, the cost per unit, average cost per unit. I mean, if I do the multiplication, I come up with $1,851.85, but my question is, are some units more expensive than others, or are they all the same price?
Sir, the items in the bid spec are all the same. So it's a GTAC F110 tablet. It's a very specific device that it's going in the police cars. And the per unit price is $2,560. That's just the tablet and not including any associated hardware. That's
Mhm.
also listed in the original bid from last fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions from members of this council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. That concludes the high dollar items. We now move to the remaining of the bid package. I'm going to ask members of the committee, members of the council, then members of the public to identify items in the bid package they would like to discuss. I will start with this committee. I will give everyone about 30 seconds to review. Councilman Foley selects 23, correction. Councilman Foley selects bid 2023-401. That is found on page 47. Thank you. Are there any items from members of the council that would like? Councilman Lattisaw.
2023-388, found on page 20. It's item 4. Horizon Event Management Environment Software Maintenance.
Thank you.
And item number 7, 2023-405, found on page 37, Annual Shield Suite Software.
Please repeat that for me, please, Councilman.
Annual Shield Suite Software.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Number 7, 2023-405, Annual Shield Suite Software is found on page 37. Thank you. We will go in order. So therefore, the first item that we will speak on is bid 2023-388, Horizon Event Management Environment Software Maintenance. This is found on page 20. Please identify, Director.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
And Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Director.
Hi.
So this symposium technologies, I believe that's the former Perverse program that was developed by the fire department here in Warwick.
This is a separate company.
Right.
I can't speak to the acquisitions that were made over the years, though.
Okay.
Do you know?
Fairly certain that it is. The question comes up every time we get into this.
Yes, sir.
So I'm reading on the second paragraph, says this software provides the fire department a real-time web-based emergency response platform, which includes computer-aided dispatch, et cetera, in-vehicle response system, map-based mobile response alerting system, and a station monitoring feature.
Yes, sir.
Does this particular software, does it track any fire department vehicle from the time it leaves the station to the time it returns?
It has tracking. I don't know if it's kept historically. Maybe the chief.
Let me rephrase the question before we go. Does this software have the capability of tracking a fire department piece of apparatus from the time it leaves the station?
It would have to have that
Okay.
capability. I don't know if it's deployed or what it would take to deploy that.
And to the deputy chief, does the station make use of that tracking software?
Please identify before answering the question.
Assistant Chief Umbenhauer, the Fire Department.
you.
Councilman, like I said, I believe the last time that I was at the council meeting when we talked about the GPS capabilities of the fire department. This is the piece of software I was speaking of at the time. Yeah, all of our apparatus have mobile terminals in them that display the dispatch information, and part of that is GPS capability. So the dispatchers at all times through this piece of software are aware of where those trucks are in the city, and that capability is also able to be seen by the chiefs of the department. And that's all recorded, yes.
So in fact, the department does have and is using the capability of tracking a piece of apparatus or multiple pieces of apparatus at any given time of the day and night, where those vehicles are and where they're going and when they come back.
Correct, with the one caveat that as long as they're within cellular service, we can. Yes, if they're not within they're in an area where they don't get cellular service. That's how the GPS signal is pushed back to the software. If they're in a dead spot, we may not get that exact location until they come back into the serviceable area.
And is this information kept and stored in the cloud, or, and I'm not Mr. Computer by any sense, but is this information stored, kept in the cloud, or wherever you computer folks keep it?
It's actually stored in the servers here in the city of Warwick.
Okay. And how long is this kept?
In perpetuity, as far as I know. We haven't ever wiped any of these GPS records.
And can this information, can this be provided electronically?
I don't believe so. I believe we have the playback capability to play back their GPS, the track of their GPS locations, but I don't believe we get a printout or an Excel sheet with that actually has those data points printed in a reported form.
This question will go to Director Carlucci. So with this software, does this software allow for the capability to upload, I don't know, let's say a month's worth of information or tracking on any of the vehicles in the fire department? Does it have the capability of uploading that information and providing it electronically?
When you speak of electronics, if you're talking about a report, I think
a report.
The chief had mentioned to you that there is that's not its purpose. So there's nothing designed within the graphical user interface, the thing that we use to interoperate with software. There's nothing that is delineated there that you push a button and say, give me from this date to this date, this vehicle, where it was listed out in a report. From a technology standpoint, data's data.
Right.
Could we contract with them to write something that would extract it? I hesitate to say yes, but just once again, from a technology standpoint, it is feasible.
The deputy chief said that they do keep it and they do store it, excuse me, this tracking record in perpetuity. So this is information that is available.
This is data that is available.
Yes. Okay.
There's a difference between data and information. Data is just that, data. Information tells you something about the data. I believe that's your question, and that's where programming language comes into play, taking data and turning it into actionable information.
But isn't the purpose, or one of the purposes of this particular software that we're paying for, to track the vehicle's emergency response, dispatch, in-vehicle response, map-based mobile, excuse me, response, alerting system, et cetera? Isn't that the purpose of this software?
Its major functionality is about being able to deploy the asset, the right asset, the closest asset to the immediate need, knowing where something is located, having the ability to understand possibly what equipment's on the vehicle, that you need a specific piece of equipment at a situation. Once again, I may be stretching here. I think your question is about historic information. And at least to my knowledge, that's not the main purpose of the software from a historic perspective.
No, I understand what we're saying is not the main purpose, but I think my question has been answered, that this software does have the capability of doing so and can do so.
It absolutely has the capability of storing the data. You're right.
Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have on that.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other further questions from members of this council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Going down the list, the next item we will discuss is bid 2023-405, Annual Shield Suite Software. This is found on page 37. Major, please identify yourself.
Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you. Councilman Lattisaw.
Hi, Major. Thank you, Chairman. Major, could you, I'm going to read the first sentence in your position paper. It says the police department is seeking authorization to renew its purchase of specific software for its electronic management of personnel. Further down, it says daily operational reports, training records, use, et cetera, vehicle pursuits, vehicle incident documentation, and employee conducting these matters in paper format. Could you give us a broader explanation of that, starting with software for its electronic management of personnel? What does this software allow you to do?
Just allows us to get away from the paper, which we were using not too long ago, paper files. So we get into it. It's basically a electronic file cabinet for personnel records. For pursuit analysis, every time we have a pursuit, we have to complete a comprehensive report, pretty much an after-action report on the pursuit. Same with use of force and other similar records, and it houses it all in one program that's accessible and easy to use.
Mm-hmm. And it also says vehicle incident documentation. Give me an example of vehicle incident documentation that this software would track and be able to provide.
That's it may have more capabilities than we use in regards to that particular section, but it can certainly track any vehicle accidents a particular vehicle in our fleet may have been involved in previously. But it's not overly comprehensive in that one particular category.
But it would, excuse me, I'm sorry, but it would be able to identify a vehicle incident, such as if a police cruiser was involved in an accident, if someone backed into a police cruiser, if for some reason the police cruiser veered off the road and hit a pole. That would do that type thing?
It could, but our traditional accident reports would be much easier to track and supersede this documentation.
So
it could handle smaller items like minor damage that doesn't require a police report.
Okay, great, thank you. So to follow up on that, the police report comment you just made. So if any vehicle of the police department, and I know you have a lot of vehicles, if any vehicle in the police department is involved in an incident, an accident, there would be a police report done on that?
Predominantly, yes. That's the easy answer is yes, the short answer.
And in order to send that police cruiser into an auto body shop and get that repaired and go through the trust to be paid for, would a police report be provided for that?
Yes,
Thank you.
There should be.
I'm all set, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Question, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Thank you. The next item up for discussion is bid 2023-401,
purchase of 3 traffic speed lasers. This is requested by Councilman Foley. Major, if you wouldn't mind just going through the process again?
Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you. This is found on page 43. Councilman Foley.
Just a quick question. Are these handheld or are these mounted on either a vehicle or a pole?
The best way to describe them is it looks like a small set of binoculars.
Binoculars. So handheld is what they would be?
Yes, they handheld just like that, and they see through the they look through the lens and right onto the vehicle that's being targeted.
Thank you. I'm done.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public? Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
That concludes discussion on PCR 32-23. May I have a consent calendar recommendation and vote?
Move favorable action.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That was PCR 32-23. We are now on PCR 24-23, formerly bid 2023-088, repairs to engine 13. If I may call, thank you. And if we could identify at the microphone, thank you so much.
Christy Moretti, Public Works Business Manager.
Could you repeat that and speak into the microphone? I'm so sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Christy Moretti, Public Works Business Manager.
Thank you so much. To remember, this was requested, this bid in the last meeting was requested to be a PCR because there was a request from a council person, Councilman Lattisaur. You requested this as a PCR and it was held. I'll divert to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So, Christie, amongst some other things that I asked for, I had asked for you to provide us with photos of the damage of engine 13. I had also asked you to provide us with a police report regarding that alleged accident. And I had also asked for a list of parts and labor rates, labor time that is working its way up to the 14,000 and change. And I had also asked for an explanation as to the $90 difference between the numbers that you had agreed to between the two payments of 10,000 change and 14,000 change. And I have not received a response to any of those. So I'll ask again, do you have photos of the damage of this vehicle?
I don't have any of those documents for you.
You don't have anything for me?
Excuse me. As I stated at the last meeting, when you had requested those items, they have to be requested through the mayor's office, and then we take direction from there. So if you'd like those items, you need to request it through the mayor's office.
No, thank you. I'm not about to do a public information request for common sense questions. I'm not going to do a public information request because anyone asked me to do so, including the mayor, for this item. This is common sense questions. It is fiscal responsibility and financial responsibility that is being ignored. But I'm not being provided that. You know why I'm not being provided? Because it doesn't exist. That's why. There is no police report for this accident. But that's fine.
There is a police report.
There is no police report. I have.
There is a police
there is?
report.
Well,
Yes.
that's funny. Then you need to notify the colonel that there is a police report. Okay? So that's okay, Chairman. I'm all set with this. I'll deal with it later. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments, questions for members of this committee? Further comments, questions for members of the council? Further comments, questions from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Did we get the information that we needed?
No, the question was, did we get the information? And the answer that was supplied by the director was that all information like that is requested through the mayor's office so that the information will be concise, and therefore there's a communication between the council and the mayor's office and the mayor. But so the short answer is the request wasn't officially made, therefore there wasn't any information provided.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The request was officially made. It was officially made by an elected official on this city council.
Yep.
It was made to the Department of Public Works. An official request was done. So,
Understood.
It's not that there wasn't an official, it was ignored. And the answer is no. You haven't been provided any documents to deal with the alleged accident that occurred.
Understood, and I do stand corrected, and I apologize. So with the policy set forward, and this is just, the request wasn't made through the mayor's office as mentioned. The request was made on this floor, in this committee, in this chambers. The policy of the administration is make the request through the mayor's office. So I think we can agree that that wasn't the route that was taken. So therefore, that's where we are right now.
Well, my request for the police report was emailed, and it did include the chief of staff, and I believe the mayor was CC'd on it as well.
Okay, thank you.
So they were notified, it was requested, done all this fancy stuff that is completely unnecessary when these requests are coming from an elected official acting in my official capacity, protecting my constituents and your constituents. by the
I
way.
understand. I'm answering the councilman's question. I wanted to make sure I gave him all the information. Thank you.
Okay, so you're looking for a motion?
Yes.
I'll move to hold to our next meeting.
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion to hold. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And the next meeting will be, sorry, April 3rd. Thank you. Next on the Finance Committee agenda is PCO-8-23. An ordinance and amendment of Section 66-5 of the Code of Ordinances approving the financing of the design, construction, repair, rehabilitation, equipping, and extension of the city's sewage collection system, including but not limited to interceptors, truck lines, pumps, manholes, pipes, design, feasibility, engineering, assessments, and other studies which may be necessary or desirable in connection therewithin, and increasing the amount of the sewer system, revenue bonds and notes that are authorized to be issued, therefore, to an amount not to exceed $30 million. Good evening, Director.
Thank you, Chairman.
Please identify.
Betty Ann Rogers, Executive Director, Warwick Sewer Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the Finance Committee and City Council, I want to thank you all for this opportunity this evening to discuss the amendment to our bond ordinance. The amendment includes an increase in bond authority from $7 million to $30 million. The additional bond authority that we're requesting is absolutely necessary for us to complete several critical infrastructure projects over the next 2 to 3 fiscal years. The projects include, most notably, the Cedar Swamp Force Main Rehabilitation Project, it's about $14 million. The Oakland Beach Force Main Rehabilitation Project, which is about $3.8 million. We're going to be receiving $1.44 million in an earmark grant, which is wonderful. Oakland Beach Pump Station, $6 million estimate, $2.4 million in earmark funding. The Apponaug Pump Station upgrade is going to increase the wet well capacity of that pump station. It's in dire need of an increase, especially with a lot of the developments that we see in the general area of the pump station. That's estimated about $1.5 million. We're going to be receiving earmark funding for that as well, in the amount of $536,000. Lastly, there are 7 ejector stations that are located throughout the city Our plan is to replace all of those ejector stations, starting with 3 this coming fiscal year that are in dire need of replacement. They're costing us a lot of money in overtime, as well as bypassing for the pump station when it goes down. As I mentioned, the most critical of these projects is the Cedar Swamp Force Main Rehabilitation Project. About 1/3 of the wastewater in the city of Warwick is conveyed through that pump station and force main to an interceptor and then to the sewer authority. So you can understand and appreciate the importance of that. The other thing that we're looking at right now is the bypass alone that we installed as a preventative measure in case there was any sort of break in another area of the force main is costing us upwards between $58,000 to $73,000 a month. So getting a loan in place so that we can start these projects is essential. The projects that I just mentioned totals around 23 million. So, the city council, members of the finance committee will know that the money is going to projects for debilitated infrastructure, critical infrastructure.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to do me one favor. So Cedar Swamp is going to require 14 million.
Correct.
Was it the airport? Please, what was the second item? That was 3.8.
Oakland Beach Force Main is...
Before that.
I mentioned the Cedar Swamp Force Main, the Oakland Beach Force Main.
Okay, for Oakland Beach Force Main, what was the price tag on that?
The estimate is 3.8 million, and we are receiving 1.44 million in earmark.
1.44?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Apponaug?
Did you get the Oakland Beach pump station, Councilman?
Yeah, well, you said Oakland Beach Force Main, so that the pump stations are separate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
That's 6 million estimate with 2.4 in earmark.
Okay.
Apponaug Pump Station is estimated, the upgrade is estimated at 1.5 million and will be receiving about 536,000 in earmark.
Okay.
And the ejector stations are around, there are 7 of them. The estimate is about 340,000 each. And that would include the construction, the purchase of the replacement ejector station, the construction and the design, engineering, administration of those projects.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the basic questions right up front then.
Sure.
You're basically asking for an additional 23 million, but I understand there's a lot of projects going on. What was your estimate prior to this? Like, how did we get to this point?
So the estimate for the Cedar Swamp Force Main Rehabilitation Project was grossly underestimated by our engineer. The original estimate was around 4 million, and then the bid tab that the engineer provided for the bid package was estimated at about 4.6. So that right there is $10 million, approximately $10 million difference in the cost for that particular project. And there were several factors, according to our engineer, as to why the projected cost came in so much higher. Myself, I will say right now, he didn't do his homework. He did not properly evaluate the materials based on current costs. We've seen supply chain issues starting last year. Those supply chain issues have escalated costs because of the value of certain materials like iron and steel products. We've also seen an increase in petroleum products. So the resins that correspond to these rehabilitation projects, the force main projects, it's tripled. Steel, the valves, tripled. So my concern was with the cost when the bids came in, obviously, the discrepancy in the cost. We had our engineer go back, sharpen his pencil, and look at these numbers again. Miraculously, it came in around 14 million. This raised concerns not only for me, but also our board. We hired an outside independent engineering firm to evaluate the cost. They looked at a couple of different scenarios, and their estimate is around 13.2 to $14.2 million for the project, which is right in line with what the estimates were on the bids. Well, I shouldn't say estimates, what the bid, the submittals were.
Is the engineering company, the firm that made these estimates, grossly underestimated these estimates, are they still on retainer? Or are they still a company that the sewer authority still works with?
They are. They did provide us with a quote. They are part of our RFQ for engineering services. They did provide us with a quote for administration of the contract and any of the review of invoicing, that sort of thing, that will continue with the project. It's probably around $420,000 worth of work, additional work, to have oversight of this. That's a contract that we signed. Whether or not we could possibly get out of that contract, I don't know. I've been speaking with our attorney about how we should move forward, if there needs to be even additional language in our contract that speaks to instances like this because of what we're seeing with the price increases, with supply chain and other items that are critical, absolutely critical to these infrastructure projects. So it is something we're looking into, but we do have a contract with the engineering firm for the administration. Aside from that, we do not have that engineering firm working on any other projects for us that would go out to bid.
Okay. The budgeted for the Cedar Swamp project was about 4.6. It came back at 14 million. That's an awfully big.
It's a huge increase. And when you look at the pricing for the resin that the engineering firm, the pricing, I should say, for the resin was based on estimates for our contracts 101 and 102, which were interceptor liner, and this goes back to 2021, the estimates. So just last year alone, we saw the increase in petroleum just skyrocket. So the other difference that I want to mention is the resin that they estimated was an interceptor resin. So it's a gravity line. This is a force main line. It's a structural resin. It's much more durable. It's much more costly. And that's another thing that they did not take into consideration when they prepared the bid. The other item that was substantially higher was the valves that are going to be in place. We're going to install manholes over areas of the force main so that we can access the force main in the future. Should there be, in the future, an issue with the segment, we were really in a difficult situation with this break that happened in September because the closest bypass was, over 1,200 feet away for us to get to a gravity interceptor. And so that raises questions. Part of the project includes these manholes and valving in the manholes so that we can access critical areas of the force main. So that's an added expense. And their numbers, again, the engineers' numbers were grossly underestimated.
Okay, is the $14 million, or is that a fixed bid? Or will that go up, fluctuate? Or once we get this bid, is that it? Will that be it?
Once the bid is awarded in the notice to proceed, which right now, we're fortunate, we have our certificate of approval from Rhode Island DEM to proceed with this project. So at any time, as soon as we know that we're capable to fund the project, then we would do the notice to proceed, award the contract, and notice to proceed for the contractor.
And you said that are the monies that you said would be supplemented, are they contingent on the passing of this bond? Or are they the grants?
The earmark grants?
The earmark grants.
Those are not. Those money, what we have to do is, much like this last round of earmarks, the money has been reserved for us, but we still have to apply for it.
Okay.
So, and we'll be doing that later this year. If it progresses the same way as the last round of earmarks, later this year, we'll have an opportunity to apply. We've already gone through this once. We received $1.5 million for our SCADA project. And the application process initially was a little difficult to get through, but we made it through and we have our funds obligated for SCADA. So now we're in that much better situation proceeding with our earmark applications for these particular projects. I'm confident that we'll get full funding for them.
So this would kind of nice segue into my another, the next question would be, how do you plan on spending the $30 million? Are you going to go one project at a time? Are you going to bid it all out at once? Or, because you just said at the end of the year, you're looking at applying for the grants. So if there's more of a delay, will the prices go up again? Or are you planning on, do you have a time frame, a schedule where you can get this?
We've been working with primarily an engineering firm called Wright Pierce, and they have projected out the cost estimates for these other projects and added a little bit in so that we can be safe moving forward. We also have, of the 30 million that you mentioned, we have about 2.5 remaining bond authority in there. So initially it was for 7 million. And we took out a loan for the airport interceptor and the Amtrak bypass, which is going on right now. If anybody takes Lincoln Avenue, you know the bypass is there, you can't get through. So that will more than cover those expenses, and we'll have a little bit extra left over. The additional 23 million will cover those projects that we just went over, and there's like a 2.5 million cushion there. What we're doing right now, our primary goal is to get the Cedar Swamp Force Main project going. That's critical. Like I said, every month we're racking up expenses with the bypass. Once we get the funding, the SRF loan, that's covered underneath the contract. So we won't have to pay for the bypass. It will fall, those expenses will fall under the contract, which is great, as well as the rehabilitation of the Cedar Swamp Force Main. So we've, when the bids were open, we did discuss the lowest bid, obviously, with the contractor. And for the last 2 months, he's been providing us with an extension saying that he'll continue to honor the pricing. So in that respect, we're good. The other projects that I mentioned, they're in design phase. So we haven't gone out to bid yet. And some of them obviously requiring SRF money, we have to bring that to DEM so we can get our certificates of approval before we can even apply for the loan for those. So right now, Cedar Swamp is the primary one. And there are 3 ejector stations that are absolutely critical that we're going to be looking at addressing first as well.
Thank you. So in your deposition now, and this will be my final statement, in your deposition now, you mentioned that, you know, you're doing projects where you believe that things will come in under budget. I just want to tell you, my thinking is that we can break this 30 million up. So if we can do the the Cedar Swamp Force Main first, and this council would, you know, authorize the $14 million bond, and then the next phase, once that's done, whatever's left over, that can actually adjust the bonding where you can apply the money to more infrastructure, if you will, where we can maybe go one at a time instead of doing this one massive bond where we're saying, okay, we're going to do this. We still don't have plans for the other things.
Well, again, it's just bond authority. The loan that we're going to take out, we have wastewater treatment facility project that already has authority to do that one. And that involves our solids handling, which is pretty bad. I mean, it really does require an overhaul. That's about 3.1 in odor control. And then there's the Bayside project. The remainder of that project is about 4.2 million that we'll have to take out. So the initial loan that we're taking out will include the Cedar Swamp Force Main, 3 ejector stations. Those 2 will come out of the ordinance that we're discussing this evening. So we're not going to use all of that ordinance right up front, that bond authority. And then we'll be taking out of the ordinance for our sewer expansion projects, Bayside funding to complete that project. And then we also have a wastewater ordinance that we'll be taking 3.1 million from to complete that project. So overall, the first loan that we're looking at taking with Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank is about 22,507,672. And that's what we've been discussing with Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, the finance director, and our CPA that did the rate study for us.
Thank you. I think I used up my time. I'm going to offer it to the other members of this committee. Nothing for you. You got one. Go ahead, Councilman Foley.
I have 2. Just to clarify Chairman's question. This gets approved, you get the bond, the bids are, and you go to whatever, Cedar Swamp, the first one. Those prices are locked in.
Yes.
Okay, that's A. B, the 30 million gets approved, what is the cost to the ratepayers?
I have spoken with our accountant about this as well. So our 5-year rate study will carry us through FY '25. We have a substantial amount of debt service dropping off. Through the years, we've borrowed a lot of money, and those loans have closed, and the debt's dropped off, and we're in a very good position to borrow more money so we can complete these projects. We've looked at FY '24, especially because of the increase, and I can understand your concerns. We're very concerned about that as well, sticker shock. We looked at that number and we said, okay, time to go back to the drawing board because our rate study had capital improvement projects in it, but it didn't include a $14 million Cedar Swamp Force Main price tag. So we wanted our accountant to look at that and looked at this year's budget, and this year looks great. FY '25 is going to be tight, and we know that. We'll be able to make the payment, but we're going to be right there. It's going to be tight for us. We do have a little bit of infrastructure capital, a small little nest egg that we could tap into if we needed to. But I've been told, and these are his exact words by our accountant, come FY '26, it's going to be a breeze. So for us to do these absolute critical infrastructure projects first and looking at projecting to the future, that additional bond authority will allow us in the future to take out another loan for those other projects.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. And all I can think of the movie Philadelphia. You need to explain it to me like I'm a 4-year-old. So I'm a ratepayer.
Yes.
We approve this tonight. It goes through the steps. My rate will go up by how much in fiscal year '24?
24, none.
None.
25,
Okay.
none.
25.
25, FY '25, none. No increase.
And
That's
26,
what we-
maybe.
In '26, we're
Maybe.
looking even better financially, Councilman, even better in
Okay.
'26 than we are right now. If you look at the debt service, it just kept dropping, dropping,
Right.
dropping. Then it kind of plateaus a little bit in FY '24, '25.
Okay.
And in '26, it drops again.
Okay,
So-
I thank you for your forthright answer to me.
You're
Thank
very
you very
welcome.
much.
But we're not going to hold our breath anything because I remember Councilwoman Travis and I worked very hard on the previous $7 million. That's now 14. I'm sorry, Council President McAllister.
Thank you. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
Can you just give us an overall, just for the members of the public that are watching in here this evening, just the little bit, the difference between the bond that you're asking for and other bonds that the city does? That this comes from your budget, the enterprise budget, if you could just explain that.
Correct. So this is not a general bond. This is a revenue bond. A revenue bond is paid through the revenue, the fees that we collect from our users. So the rates are set in place to cover our expenditures. So we have revenue coming in, and as part of that, the revenue expenditures, part of that is our debt service. So the revenues that we collect will pay our debt service. Now, sometimes we take out a loan to carry out an infrastructure project, but it's a sewer project. For example, Councilman Lattiser's ward, Bayside project, that was a loan that was taken out for an expansion. That's associated with an assessment. When that project's done, his constituents will be receiving an assessment, and that will also help to pay back that loan. The other loans that we're taking out for infrastructure repair comes right from the ratepayers, the sewer payers. And that's part of the revenue. When they get a sewer bill, a portion of that, a service charge, R&R, will go and help to pay these expenses.
Great, yeah, I just think it's very important to point out that you just hear bond, you think it's all the same thing, but it's not. This bond will not show up in the city's budget when we do the budget in May. There's not going to be a number attached to this. This is through, like you said, it's a revenue bond. It's through the enterprise fund, through the sewer.
I'm so glad you asked that, President McAllister, because it's something that has been raised by other individuals, the public. I've seen some postings on social media about general bonds, how it's going to raise taxes, the sewer bond, revenue bond, and it's not. This is for our ratepayers, and I've just mentioned, the next 2 years, rates will not change. This is the rate study. We're going to do another rate study, and because our debt service is dropping off in FY '26, I would expect that we could stay somewhere, if not the same, in the ballpark, not raise rates exponentially like in previous years when we didn't raise rates at all. We're in a very good position now to fund these projects and to pay our expenditures for running the treatment plant as well.
Great. And I think that's a very important point that you mentioned a couple times. I'd just like to put a pin on that. Your debt service is going down for projects that you have completed, that you've been going on. So now may be the time to do some more because of all these critical projects that need to get done.
Exactly.
So, thank you. I just, like I said, sometimes we get in our, we hear all this information, you hear bond, you think it's the same thing. So I just wanted to make that clarification for the record. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Director.
Hello, thank you.
So, Councilman Foley had asked the question that was of significant concern to me as well, and I think you've addressed that quite well. But in addition to the bond debt that you have dropped off over the past several years, in the next 2 to 3 years, you'll be dropping off some additional bond debt.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to start off by saying my frustration lies with this engineer. My frustration isn't with the sewer department. This engineer was completely inept in what the taxpayers paid big money for. And when you go from a 4.6 estimate to a $14 million estimate, some 330% increase, that's completely unacceptable. This engineering firm, if that engineering firm worked for me, I'm hiring the engineering firm to do something that I don't know anything about, or I don't know enough about, or I don't have the experience and the knowledge and the expertise to do. That's why you hired the engineering firm. You went to the experts. You did your due diligence. You went to who you assumed was an expert. Now, that expert tells you, oh, no worries. We can take care of Cedar Swamp, and you're looking at 4.6 mil. Then, very much like another bond that we'll be talking about in the very near future, that people didn't take into consideration, the increased cost of steel, labor, asphalt, cement, gravel, you name it, and it's there. That's why you hire an engineer. That's why you hired a professional to do this engineering for you. They screwed up big time. And leave it up to me, I wouldn't pay them. Because I'm not paying you to screw something up by 330%. I'm paying you to give me the information that I need as a director of, in this case, the sewer authority, to make these decisions and move forward with what you need to do. That's one of my major problems right now. And this isn't the first time that we've had problems with engineers either. I can remember a certain levy problem that we had with engineers who were not what I would call competent. So I'm very sympathetic to what you talked about with the increase of all these things, because we're going to deal with the same thing with the schools. You know, you're not going to hoodwink me with this $330 million whoop-de-dooey thing and think that I'm going to believe we're going to do it, because it's going to be the same debacle as what we have here now. So you're paying $70,000 a month for this temporary setup over there. And this has been going on for how long?
We started the right when we had the break. Right following that break, the contractor that we have via bid for Sunbelt Rentals started to install the bypass that's being used, going to be used for the Cedar Swamp force main. So I think they completed it approximately mid to late October. The bypass was installed. So November would have started the invoicing.
$350,000. Had this error, this engineering error, financial error, had it not taken place, would you still be paying the $70,000 a month?
I don't believe so, if maybe for a month. Because
For a
our
month.
bids, we opened the bids in November, And at that point in time, we could have gone to our board and awarded the contract and notice to proceed.
So in the past, I've used subcontractors and I hold their feet to the fire. And if they mess something up to this degree, they get back charged. So my suggestion is to have a serious heart-to-heart talk with your legal counsel, because I would be looking at, in addition to not paying what they didn't do for us and did for us terribly wrong, another 280 grand on top of it that they're costing us. Now, we can say, and I understand that this is revenue bonds, and we have certain amount of customers who pay for this, and those are the customers that have the sewers. And it's not the lion's share of the residents in the city of Warwick. We have about 65% of the city sewered, not counting Bayside.
Correct.
We have 935 properties in Bayside that we're in the last phase of doing. We're going to have them done and the valves turned by the end of this year. So of those 65% of the city that has sewers going past their properties, what percentage of those people have connected?
Probably about 2/3.
2/3. So we have about 22% of the infrastructure that's in the ground that's being paid for by the rest of the people who are connected, which is a part of your problem. It's a big part of your problem, because we don't have mandatory connection and we don't have connect capable fees. And I tried to do that years ago and I couldn't get it passed. It got nixed 5-4.
And Councilman, if I could interrupt for 1 minute, please.
Sure.
It's
Everybody else does, so don't worry about it.
It's not just the financial end of it, it's the impact to the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
When the infrastructure is installed, it's installed for a certain capacity, a certain amount of flow. And when we don't see that amount of flow going through these pipes, we get stagnant areas. And that leads to hydrogen sulfide production and hydrogen sulfide corrosion. So we have to invest more money into chemical control for those, the corrosive
like the
chemicals.
pipe you had to sleeve under 95, right? That was a 4-foot diameter pipe, and it corroded prematurely, significantly prematurely, because of the gases that were being emitted, because you didn't have the flow that was anticipated, because you didn't have mandatory connection. And if the city of Warwick did like Barrington did, you wouldn't be sitting here with all this craziness going on. You got to sleeve a pipe because you don't have enough flow going on, because you don't have the courage to do the project correctly. This is just beyond belief that we're sitting here with all these problems because these things have just been allowed to occur. With this engineering firm, and I'm going to spare the pain of having you name them, I'll spare that pain. Did they have an errors and omission clause in their policy, or do we have one with them?
Our attorney is looking at that right now.
Okay.
Those are the exact words that I used in my email to him to look at that.
My request,
Yes.
as one of the 9 people sitting on the city council, and I'm sure they all are very concerned about protecting all of their constituents, I certainly would ask you and your legal counsel to do everything that you possibly can to hold this engineering firm totally and completely responsible for their inept performance. It's unconscionable that so-called professional engineers that are getting paid, how much did we pay them, by the way?
Oh my goodness, put me on the spot. I would
do that
say
all
for
the
this
time, don't
particular
worry.
for this particular project, let me see if I have that available. So the design and engineering services for Cedar Swamp Force Main was around $270,000.
And that's the thing we're talking about, from 4.6 to 9.4. So we paid them $270,000 to totally botch this up, in addition to another $280,000 that we've had to pay to date, and we still probably have at least month or two more of 70,000 a month.
Until we
right?
have second
So
passage.
add another 150 to that, you're at 430 onto two. We're looking at 700 grand that it's costing. And as you pointed out, this is very serious because it's not the entire tax base of the city of Warwick that's paying for this debacle. I again would ask that the sewer authority and your legal counsel do everything in your power and your legal rights to protect the interests of the customers of the Warwick Sewer Authority, to send a message out finally that, guess what? You start messing things up here in the city of Warwick, and we're going to hold you accountable, and we're going to come after you. And if we got to go to arbitration, by the way, I think that's a good idea to do that on occasion. Sometimes you need to go to arbitration to prove a point. It's not always about winning. It's about proving a point sometimes. So for me, I'm looking and listening to what's going on in Woonsocket right now. We have DEM and we have the governor who's suing the city of Woonsocket because of issues with their sewerage, whether they're perceived or not. There's differences of things going on, but we don't want that happening here. We don't want a Cedar Swamp project stopped and having other problems. We don't want any more Sandy Lane problems. We have infrastructure that was identified earlier that is total disarray. And it's just beyond belief to me that these expenses we're talking about here right now to protect the largest asset in the city of Warwick, the largest asset we have, those expenses were not calculated into the forecast and analysis that we heard tonight. That's beyond belief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done for now.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions or comments from members of the council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public? So very quickly, before I ask for a motion, Director, I'm just going to ask one quick thing. You mentioned that, there it is, bond authority. You mentioned that, do you have the money to cover the costs of the projects until you apply and get the grants, or will that be sitting until you get the grants?
Those projects right there, we have to come up with a 20% match, and the amounts that we're getting won't cover the entire project. So we'll be able to cover a small amount, but then the rest is going to be state revolving fund. But that's not going to be probably for those particular projects. The Oakland Beach, Force Main Pump Station, and the Apponaug Pump Station probably won't happen until the beginning of, I'd say, maybe late this year, beginning of next year for those projects.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the chairman of the Sewer Authority had his hand up to speak.
Oh, I apologize. By all means, thank you. When you go up, please introduce yourself and title.
Peter Ginait, G-I-N-A-I-T-T, Chairman of the Warwick Sewer Authority. I just wanted to bring a couple things into perspective. When you talk about the Warwick Sewer Authority, most people think it's what you pass on Route 95. We have about 1.9 million linear feet of collection system. If we had to do open cut replacement of all of that, we would probably come close to $1 billion. Councilman Lattice, you hit it right out on the head. Probably the largest asset that we have within the city of Warwick is the sewer authority. I use some caution because of the bonding authority, because just at the pond, why am I pulling a blank? On Lakeshore Drive, we probably spent $1 million on 20 feet of failure. We have 1.9 million feet. So I'm trying to demonstrate the fact that there is an absolute need out there for us to be able to respond quickly. If we spend $1 million on a 20-foot cavitation or failure, it prevents us from doing probably, a mile of our 340 miles of collection system, 49 pump stations. Narragansett Bay Commission has 2 pump stations. We have 49 because of the structure and the way that they've built it over the course of years. We are failing. I will tell you that we're failing because it's a system made to fail. We went in 1965 with contract 1. We have 50-year-old pipe that's there. As the director said, it's undergoing hydrogen sulfide. Plymouth, Massachusetts had a 48-inch line that was 7 years old when it failed because of hydrogen sulfide. There are a lot of very important decisions that have to be made both by the board, who are very, very responsible. I will say this isn't a board of previous years that were aunts and uncles and people that just filled seats. They are people who really do take a lot of pride in what they're doing. We are very concerned about the engineering snafu, if you want to call it that, Councilman. I've learned a lot about engineering firms. We've advocated for many, many years to have basically an on-staff engineer. The cost of that is usually prohibitive because you can't find one for $90,000 a year. We used to have a board member who actually moved out of the city, who was a PE. He used to actually take these engineers on and say, wait a minute, that doesn't really equate, that doesn't really calculate to me. We had those checks and balances when we had an engineer that actually served on the board. Having your own engineer is critical when you're dealing with just under 2 million linear feet of collection system. The engineering firms out there, and I will say, and I won't say their name, but they've given us nothing but good service over the years. Many of these engineering firms are being purchased by other engineering firms because they're involved with the same staff conflicts where they're running out of engineers. They're trying to build their business. They can't hire engineers, so what do? Buy other firms out. So they basically overload their workload. And I think this is a byproduct of an overloaded workload where it was clearly, not, I wouldn't say nefarious wrongdoing, but it clearly fell short of what you would expect of an engineer that's giving you services that you're paying for. You alluded to the levy. That was a real bone of contention for many of us, where the engineer said, hey, it just didn't work out, $600,000, we'll just re-engineer it. This board does not take change orders lightly. When we say there's a dedicated amount of money to go to a project, we want to see it basically within 5%. Unless they hit something underground that is just something that's unavoidable, and we know that that's an expense that's just going to have to be borne. So the board takes this very seriously. We have had close to $300 million of mortgage. That's really how we do our jobs, is through mortgages. And that's what these bonds are. These are a mortgage that gets paid back. What do we have now, 58 million right now? And that's coming down exponentially. We did know that in 2025, we were going to plateau for a year. We knew we were going to have to tighten our purse strings. We've done it before and we'll do it again. But these are the things that keep us operational. I do worry about failures. I do worry, we had 2 failures on Lakeshore Drive. We had Cedar Swamp. They will occur again. It's just a matter of time. We're hammering miles and miles of underground pipe. We're doing more assessments of our infrastructure than we've ever done before. And all of this has really been in the last 10 years. Again, thank you to Councilman Lattiser for the Oversight Commission. Bill Russo was here. He did a study in 2007, which really showed how the sewer authority did work. 1998, I believe it was, the city used to pay our bonds. And in 1998, they did a complete reversal of that statutorily, and we just got through last year paying, I think, $8.5 million back to the city, something like that. It was 2017 we finished paying it. So we paid every dollar back to the city that we had taken a loan for. So as an enterprise fund, we take this very, very seriously. We operate this business very, very seriously. We need the tools to do that, and we appreciate the support of the council. But I know where you were going, Mr. Chairman, was sort of allocating some of this, and I have some caution about that. If we have to go through a long, extended process and we have a failure, or we need to draw down on bond money somehow, are we going to be able to expedite that process? And I may have misinterpreted where you were going with a partial allocation, but we do need this to operate. And I think we've demonstrated, and we certainly will provide anything we can in the future to show how responsible we are. So we're take a lot of pride in what we do. And I think the proof is I don't want to say the proof is in the pudding, but it's, but open to any questions. I just wanted you to understand the magnitude of what it is we're actually trying to maintain and keep operational.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you. The time is now 9:49.
Thank
The Finance Committee is closed.
Don't move.
Thank you. Councilman Foley and Councilman Gephardt, if you guys want to stay there, we'll go back to public properties. We still have one item on public properties, and then we'll
Yes.
go to ordinance.
Public Properties is reconvened at 9:49. You went, just stay with, keep us company.
Councilman Howe, you can go back.
The item in front of us is PCO 5-23, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Warwick. 281 Associates LLC petitioner assessors plat 246, lots 240, 243, 260, and 261, 281 Centerville Road. Second passage for action, Councilman Sinapi, who is not here either. So I'm asking for favorable action. Do we have any comments from the council committee? From the council?
Councilman Foley? Yes, I'd ask Councilman Sinapi reached out. He asked for favorable action for second passage. We had public hearing on this as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Any comments from the public? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
You don't count.
Thank you very much. And you could close the committee, sir? Public properties closed at 9:51. Up next is the Ordinance Committee. This can take place at this time. This is Councilman McElroy, if you could chair this committee, and President Pro Tem Travis, if you could sit in on this one. There is one item. No.
It is now 9:52, and the Ordinance Committee is now in session. The first order of business, acceptance of the minutes from committee meeting held on March 6, 2023. Okay. I have a motion for favorable action. I second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The first item on the agenda is PCO 18-22, an ordinance penalizing owners or lessees of vehicles used to carry materials to a place at which they are illegally dumped. Councilman Howe and Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. I would defer to Councilman Lattiser, but I would request favorable action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had spoken to Chairman Howe, also to legal counsel, solicitor, and I had asked a few questions, proposed several amendments. I don't have anything in my package that speaks to those. So we still have PCO 18-22, right? This isn't a sub A. Okay. So I'll go to our council solicitor for clarification. Perhaps my amendments are not necessary, but I need interpretation. One of the things I was concerned with is it says it shall be unlawful for any person. I had suggested amending this to say, or company/corporation. Is that something that is necessary, or does any person cover the bill? So if I have one of my staff take my truck loaded with roofing materials and go dump them in Councilman Howe's backyard, does that cover it when it says for any person? Corporation isn't a person. Company isn't a person. I just want to be sure we're covered.
You would certainly have the ability to find the operator who disposed of it, but it also, if it was a company-owned vehicle, it would be covered as the owner, being the person.
Suppose this employee says, I was just doing what I was told to do. My boss told me to take this stuff and go dump it in Councilman Howe's yard. Now what?
It would certainly present a employer-employee problem.
So would it be appropriate to make that amendment of any person or company / corporation? I'm not trying to make this complicated. I support it, I agree with it, I've co-sponsored it, but I want to make sure that the intent of this is going to be effective. Because I personally experienced some of this stuff we're talking about.
This law is, we're bound by what the state has advised, and the state speaks about the person, specifically in 45.612. It gives cities and towns may by ordinance define as in violation of illegal dumping ordinances those people whose vehicles either owned or leased or used to carry materials, et cetera, et cetera. So given that the state law specifies the person, I wouldn't advise changing it and just see if our application of it can cover the situation through the enforcement in municipal court.
Could you repeat that again, what you said about
Trying to add
those people's whose
essentially
vehicle-
trying to add more language than is prescribed in the state law is potentially not within our scope. So we can leaving the language as is consistent with the state statute. Trying to broaden it to insert more things we may fail ultimately if we change that language. So I think my recommendation would be to stick to the people person definitions that we're using as it's consistent with the state law.
So in addition to that, I don't see in here where it specifically addresses fines and penalties. It does say that, if you do this, we're going to be mad and there's going to, be some consequences. But does that need to be clarified, or is that stated elsewhere in?
That it is also covered in 45.6.2.2, imposition of penalties for illegal dumping or malicious damage to streetlights in the city of Warwick. So we have a state law that covers it, and the penalty provisions spell out that it is not to exceed $600 in penalties or imprisonment more than 6 months in jail.
And the other thing that I had discussed and noted on my sheet here is who is going to be responsible for enforcing this? Is this the police department? Is this going to be minimum housing? Is it going to be a combination of both? Who enforces it? Because it does not state who enforces it in this particular document.
This is within Chapter 8. So we're expanding upon the existing ordinance, which is in Chapter 8 under buildings and building regulations. So, excuse me, we're in 22.1. Hey, one second.
The building department doesn't have arrest powers. For littering, doesn't that come under the police department?
Did I do it?
Councilwoman Travis.
Okay. That
That happened to me once. One of my people from the Crime Watch called me. I happened to be home at that time. And they told me somebody was illegally dumping down at the pond. And I went down there, caught them, made sure I blocked them so they couldn't get out, called the police. The police came. They wrote them up, told them they had to go down, pick everything back up, take it out. I don't know what they did as far as a fine or a ticket or anything because I left. But I waited till the police came.
Thank you.
The ordinance is silent on specifically who has that authority, but it would be likely under police powers.
Because I would assume so, but you know what they say about assuming. And also, if this were to be put under the building department only works from 8:30 to 4:30. You know, they're not out there on the weekends, they're not out there after 4:30, they're not out there at 2 o'clock in the morning. These things don't happen in the middle of a sunny day on a Sunday afternoon, you know? Or if they do, there's nobody around to enforce it. So the other items that you spoke about, I think those are covered elsewhere, but I do think it's important to specify who is the enforcing body on this. And to me, the only enforcing body on this would be the police department. Now, I don't know if the police department has been consulted on this or not. I don't know. I have not reached out to the police department on it. I just was waiting to see what the amendments would be here.
So Section 22-1, the unlawful dumping penalty, is existing law. So there is a requisite entity already responsible for enforcement of this provision. We're not recreating.
What is that entity?
We would defer to the administration to explain how that operates, but it is likely an execution of the police powers. And so it would be findings by the police department.
It would likely be, but there's no specificity to that. May I, through the chair, ask Bruce Kaiser, he is here, if he has any knowledge on that item, 22-1, unlawful dumping? I just don't want to see us get into a situation, Chairman, where, you know, somebody dumps whatever it is they dump. It could be hazardous waste. It could be, you know, 5-gallon cans of paint. It could be battery acid. It could be all kinds of things. And then it's, who's going to enforce this?
Actually, I was distracted a little bit, the councilman, so, but I checked with Aaron, and he indicated that, so this is an issue before the building department as well as the police department, so we're going to have to talk to the police chief as well as out of the court and see under whose jurisdiction this needs to fall.
So, Mr. Chair, seeing as you kind of turned the mic over, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Council Solicitor, you think we should just hold it? Or are you happy with it just going the way it is?
Can't hear you.
I'm asking for a ruling.
So it's at the discretion of, the committee can make any recommendation it wishes to and send to the council as to, is there enough information to make a decision on the question posed? Whether or not it needs to spell out the specific enforcement. We've had this ordinance in place since 1971. So somebody's been enforcing it for that period of time, and
All right, thank you. Excuse me, would it be your recommendation to hold it to speak
Yes.
about this?
Yes.
Councilman Howe?
Thank you so much, Chairman, and I do understand the request would be to hold, and I would agree. I know earlier I made the statement I would go for favorable action, but actually, just to kind of go on what the solicitor said and understanding, we threw this at him due to talking to our constituents. I do have a constituent that what's got this started was she did call the police, and the police actually said there was no ordinance on file. However, I would agree with what Councilman Lattiser said. I would like an ordinance personally This is not the opinion, I understand, of the council nor the administration. Personally, I would like to have an ordinance with some teeth in it and some financial fines, as well as having the police, so that in case there is illegal dumping and a dumpster, private property someone's paying for, that would go with it. So for the record, I would support. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. I would support holding this. Thank you.
Thank you. As co-sponsor, I will as well. I'm trying to protect your backyard, Councilman.
I'll make a motion that we hold it to our next meeting. And I also can I add my name to it?
Sure.
Absolutely, we'd be honored. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Chair.
I'm going to say second.
May I be added to that also?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. We'd be honored.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to hold it till April 3rd. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
It is now 10:05 and the ordinance committee has adjourned.
When did they hold that? Mr. President, not for nothing, but this meeting is bringing back memories. It's 10:05.
All right, good evening. We are now back into the full council meeting. Again, I want to thank all the residents, all the directors, the administration, the sewer authority, and my fellow council members. We did a lot of moving around, and I think we did a lot of good work, and we have more work to continue this evening. So if you're joining us just now, we have done roll call. We had a salute to the flag. We've done general communications. We've done executive communications. We've done the acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on March 6th. We have done public comment, which was Rule 41. So we are now moving to the consent calendar. First up is PCR 32-23, a resolution relative to bids. Committee report, Finance.
Favorable action?
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2023-348, 2023-404, 2023-176, 2023-388, 2023-356, 2023-371, 2023-405, 2023-358, 2023-357, 2023-401. That concludes the full consent bid calendar.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Ms. Travis? Yes.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes. Next up, we have already done PCO 6-23. So now we are moving to unfinished business. First up is PCO 5-23. This is for second passage. Committee report, land use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilwoman Travis, can you move that for Councilman Sinapi? Second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on this for second passage? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Ms. Travis? 7 yes, second passage.
Thank you, second passage. Next up is PCO 18-22. This is going to be held until April 3rd. Number 3 this evening is PCR 24-23, which is now 2023-088. Committee report is to hold until April 3rd. And now we're moving to new business. First up is PCO 8-23, Committee report, Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser, and Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions or comments from members of the council that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Lasser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Ms. Travis? 7 yes, first passage.
Thank you. We're now moving to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything under unanimous consent?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5? Ward 6? Ward 7 passes. Ward 9? Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All those in favor of moving the docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We are in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
No, thank you.
Ward 3? Pass. Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Yes, I do. I have several.
You just put your mic on.
First one is a resolution.
Councilwoman, on the mic, please.
Thank you. The first one is a resolution, and the title is Resolution in Regards to Erecting a Stop Sign at Glencoe at the intersection of Wharf, and we do have a traffic study accompanying it.
Public safety.
The next one is an ordinance. It's an ordinance in regards to no parking this side, 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. school days only on the west side of Lauren Court, and we do have a traffic study accompanying it.
Ordinance.
The next one is a resolution, and it's a request by the City Council to the Rhode Island State Police to investigate the accident by the Fire Department on May 14th, 2022, involving Engine 13.
Intergovernmental.
The next is a resolution to form a Budget Forecasting and Financial Oversight Committee. That is currently docketed.
My records are showing you have a PCR 3522, which was referred to intergovernmental, sponsored by yourself, docketed on March 21st of last year, a resolution in City Council relative to budget forecasting oversight.
PCR what, please?
3522.
3522. Okay. Fine. Then we already got it.
So just
So now
the-
we can
the
talk
request
about
was
drafting it.
to convene. Okay, so we have something on file for that one for you already.
Right. Okay. Good enough. That's all I have for right now, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7, I have one. It's a resolution in support of legislation amending the tax classification legislation for the city of Warwick. Intergovernmental. Ward 9.
Two. The first is an ordinance to erect a stop sign at the intersection of Charlotte Drive and Sawyer Ave.
Is it an ordinance?
Yeah. Stop signs are usually by resolution, so I don't know if there's something.
It is a resolution to erect a stop sign. Not sure what you heard.
What was the stop sign where?
At the intersection of Charlotte Drive and Sawyer Ave.
Public safety.
How about no parking?
Ordinance.
Interesting. The second is an ordinance to erect a no parking sign at 133 to 179 Castle Rocks Road.
Is it already a stretch of road that we have in ordinance that prohibits parking there, or is this
No.
too? Okay, so this is a new
It's a
parking
New
zone.
no parking zone, correct.
It'll be an ordinance, and they can erect a sign subsequent to that upon codification of it. So
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
Ordinance Committee. All set? All right, great work, everybody, and we are adjourned.
I know.